take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me count my blessings daily. Yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal. The memories fading, I'm enjoying the moment. I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding. Got nothing to prove, cause I'm about to blow. I've been in the booth, speaking through my soul. You know that I'm true, either way it go, either way it goes. I cannot turn cold, staying on the low. I've been protecting my soul. If your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn their back. Acting like the amigos, they never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go. And I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure. Only good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. You see me searching for my inner peace. I've been learning more about myself and my purpose. Truth always come to the surface. Was hurting, but I had to heal, releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Hello, mother. Hello, father. I am back at Camp Granada, and I'm writing you this letter just to say my compound fracture's getting better. No one here knows where my trunk is, and my bunk is where the skunk is. And this year the food's improving, 'cause the little black things in it are not moving. Our camp nurse is quite a swimmer. She says swimming makes you slimmer. Her name's Mrs. Pellegrini. Have you ever seen a whale in a bikini? All our bathrooms have such thin doors. Gee, I wish they'd move them indoors. We're all tired of Mother Goose here, so next Friday night they're having Lenny Bruce here. Let me stay, oh mother, father, let me stay. I love Granada every night. The campfire's really keen. Oh ma, please send some unguentine. Let me stay up here in Mother Nature's land and tiptoe through the tulips grand To leave would be a shame. Besides, I'd miss the poker game. Please don't worry, Fatimata. I'll take care of little brother. He plays ball here and he rows here, and I hope they teach him how to blow his nose here. He wakes up at 6:30 and goes directly to the quicksand. He was lonely, now he's better. He's like all of us except his bed is wetter.
Oh my God!
Directly to the killer who may be in this room. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy, but we have. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you. We know that this is about power to you, and you want to know what we know. And one day, you will. A question to you. What will those closest to you think of when they find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls? 2 children. Only a coward would do such a thing. We are confident that you have told someone what you have done. Or at the very least, they know because of how different you are since the murders. We try so hard to understand how a person could do something like this to two children. I recently watched a movie called The Shack. And there's also a book that talks so well about evil, about death, and about eternity. To the murderer, I believe you have just a little bit of a conscience left. And I can assure you that how you left them in that woods is not what they're experiencing today.
Testing 1, 2, 3. And there you have it. There you have it. Doug Bullshit Carter for everyone. Welcome to the Friday night. Hey, welcome. Guys, I sincerely apologize. There has been such a difficulty getting things going. I was not even able to get myself properly prepared. But hey, welcome anyway. Welcome anyway. I appreciate seeing everyone here. Tonight is Friday night, July 17th, 2026. And boy, we are ready to shove one up your ass. So you better get ready for this one. This one's called Delphi, a change of direction with special guest panel and announcements. And we are so happy to be here tonight and have such a nice surprise for you. And as soon as our guests get on into the backstage area, we will be bringing them on. And I'm sure you will all be glad to partake in this conversation tonight. And so, before we get started, I wanted to say, you might ask, what do you mean? What do you mean, Prof? Change of direction. What is the change of direction? Well, I'll let you know. Okay. The change of direction. Now, you may notice that for the past 3 years, uh, we have been on an all out marathon to convey to you every single word and every single aspect of both the defense perspective in the trial against Richard Allen, or the case against Richard Allen, and the state's perspective in the case against Richard Allen. We have gone through so much material here. And I mean every filing, every relevant word of the transcripts of the trial proceedings and pretrial proceedings. We have thoroughly explored most of the exhibits that were relevant. And we've also gone into multiple interviews with individuals we thought brought a penetrating perspective to this case. And it has been a long journey, a great many hours spent with you, trying to hold your hands and walk through you with this. And the good thing, or the fortunate thing, is that all of that material is still here, easily accessible for all of you. In fact, there was also a good year or two prior to that endeavor in which I engaged upon my initial programming, which was called Let's Talk Delphi. And for those 2 years, we almost exclusively discussed with the chat, interacted with the chat, lifted the chat's voices into the broadcast, and also went over some of the interesting things that had arisen out of the community. And already in these years, this has been a multifaceted approach. And I feel with the previous live stream, this previous live stream was titled Delphi Finding the Bodies, wherein we went over the finale to this grand piece of theater that played out for all of us over the past 9 years. I feel that we have put a pin in the endeavor that we had been engaged in. And it was intentional. I had been telling my closest friends, the ones you're going to hear from tonight, that my shows on Todd Click and The Search, or should I say the Finding of the Bodies, was going to be the period at the end of the sentence in this endeavor. And I know this has been sort of like a college course of sorts, in that it's been quite tedious. It's been lengthy. It's been almost excruciating in a number of documents we've read through and explored and done our comparisons. And I truly applaud all of you. I truly applaud all of you for sticking with me through the tough stuff. And I had been reflecting that we were coming to the end of that road. And as I just mentioned, I feel that the previous live stream was the end of that road. Okay. So we have reached the end of that tedious road, that marathon session. And I truly appreciate you all for sticking with that. It's a testament to your diligence that you stuck with it, because I believe that you guys here are probably the most educated community within the Delphi sphere. And I truly applaud you for that. Hell, it's been so much that even I can't recall many of the facts and the things we've been through. But as I mentioned, the record is here. The material is here for your access. Any of that you want to go and suffer through again, it's all there. Because if you feel like a lecture, a college lecture, it's there for you. And as I mentioned before, I always like putting the things up on the screen so that you can verify for yourself that what I'm reading through and what I'm saying and showing is legit. Um, and so all of that is there for you. And me and my circle of associates have been diligently working on where we are now and what things we need to be really focusing in on. And I'm extremely proud of that. And I'm proud of this community that has stuck together despite intentional efforts to drive a wedge between all of us and to divide and conquer. And you know the way things are done. It's been quite an ordeal. But nevertheless, good spirited human beings, adults, good faith actors are always able to see through their own difficulties and behave as human beings, which means compassion, forgiveness, understanding, patience, and goodwill. And so that's very important. That's very important. And I am so honored to be surrounded by a bunch of wonderful ladies, you know. And to be honest with you, I'll say this. Um, the ladies you're going to hear from tonight are, in some ways, the most loved, but also the most hated voices in the Delphi sphere. And you got to ask yourself why. Okay. But, you know, being that as it is, it's quite an honor to be standing shoulder to shoulder next to such strong women. And I truly appreciate their, um, I guess, how would you say it? Challenging my presumptions, challenging my uh, uh, ways I'm carrying on, and vice versa. I know we've all challenged each other. It's what a good team does. It's what good people do, and we know that we are all in it for all of the victims who are tied into this case. So we're so happy about that. Okay, and so let me see. Just give me a moment because I need one more thing to happen. Let's see if I can get this done. Okay. Let's see. Okay. But with all that being said, let me say that I have decided to change investigative strategies. In essence, to change direction, meaning that I am very, very, very satisfied, I guess, with the place that we all are in many ways, in many, 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 many ways. I am so satisfied. I am so grateful for where we are. We have really reached a pinnacle, and this place that we are, I would say, is as far as I'm concerned. I will constantly repeat that Reese Davis's information that he has brought forth to us is extremely compelling and enlightening. And I feel that the place that we are would be best served by going all the way back to the beginning, all the way back to change investigative strategies, a change in direction, to go back to the very beginning and whip out a microscope and go through every single detail that we can in the next year with the insight that we have gained up until this point in time. Remember, we've received all of the fruits of the process of the trial against Richard Allen, or case against Richard Allen unfolding. That was something we were waiting for prior to trial. And we've now received all the fruits of that. And we are illuminated by all the fruits of that. And we've had additional whistleblowers step forward, some of whom you have not even heard from yet. That's right. And that's a big teaser for you, but you will be. We also have additional partners who have contacted us requesting collaboration and interviews and partnership and information. And I feel that with all of this circumstance, we can look back to the very beginning and turn over every stone, take out a microscope, and look at everything with this renewed perspective. And I believe that doing so will bring us a greater understanding as we reinterpret the items of the past with the knowledge of today. And all of you here will be able to participate in this journey. And I am so extremely excited about that, because your input will suddenly become extremely valuable here again. And that's not just here in this channel, but in all these other channels. And so tonight, I am going to introduce you to a handful of individuals who are the absolute superstars, the most wonderful ladies on YouTube. And we're going to use this as a stepping stone to a path that will surely lead to success. And so with that being said, I want to bring in all of these wonderful ladies. And what we're going to do is welcome them all in, and then one by one, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves to you. And I'm going to ask my mod to put the links up to their platforms, so that as we go around the circle, go around the table, we will introduce the new viewers to all of this wonderful group of people, and know that we are all here for you. Okay, we are all here for you, and there's no hyperbole in that. And so anyhow, I want to welcome everyone in. And so please, everyone in the chat, also welcome them in as they come in, because I am just so grateful to have them all. So let me get them up here, and we will get to a wonderful conversation. All right. Hello, ladies.
Hi. What a panel.
Afternoon, Prof. Hey, hey, ladies.
Hey,
Hey,
Christina.
ladies.
Hi.
Artist, New Day. Oh, there's Christina.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Ladies, ladies, this is going to be awesome.
I am
Thanks.
so glad to see this group of superstars here. So can we go around the circle, starting with New Day? And would you please introduce yourself to the new viewers? Let them know who you are and where you can be found. And we'll get to know everyone before we kick this off.
Well, sure. Good evening, Prof. Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it. It's a new day. You can find my channel. And also, as Artist comes up, she and I have a combined channel also. It's called The Unified Demand. So, yeah. Thanks for having us. And thank you for the wonderful introduction. That was very gracious of you.
Thank you, New Day. Hi, Artist. How are you? Please introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody. I'm Artist, or Artist formerly known as. I just go by Artist these days. Yes, New Day and I have a combined channel called The Unified Demand. Just started up a few months ago, and we're having a ball. And I thank you very much for having us, Prof. We've been in Prof's chats for a long time, so happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Artist. And we have hey, Christina.
Hi, Prof. Hey, chat. My name is Christina, and I just want to say first, Prof, I'm honored that you would invite me on. So I'm excited to be here with you and the ladies. Um, I have a channel, and my channel is called Oh Hey Christina, the same as my username, and I'm excited to get tonight going. So
Well, thank you,
thank
Christine. We're
you,
great. We're glad to have you.
thank you.
All right. And we have Miss Erica Morris, the Delphi Dirt.
Evening. Erica Morse, Delphi Dirt, one of two female private investigators who was hired by Andy Baldwin and Brad Rossi to work this defense trial. And Chris and I have put the last 3 years of our life into this case, and the last 15 years together in thousands of others. So just glad to be here with this panel. My conversations with New Day and Artist and Christina are way, way overdue. So Chris and I are thrilled. And if the AC gets too loud in the background, please let me know and I'll turn it down.
And thank you. And we have Silenced, aka Christine.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? I figure you all know me by now. I can just make it short and sweet. I'm Christine.
And Christine, with Christine, I will promote Michigan City Unsolved, so that between Eric and Christine, we have Michigan City Unsolved and the Delphi Dirt. And again, Oh Hey Christina, the Unified Demand, and It's a New Day, and also Victims News on Air. So with all of these platforms, we will update you at the end again with the links for viewers who come in late. So they will have all the links to our panel's channels and platforms. So anyhow, thank you for the introductions, and thank you, chat, for welcoming them in graciously. I appreciate you in the chat for that. And so we're going to get this kicked off, and honestly, this will be the rare occasion where Prof's probably going to do less talking because I want to have listening ears tonight. But ladies, Christina, Erica, Silenced, Artist, and New Day, I am so glad to see you guys. It has been a crazy month or summer. I mean, the anticipation is building for this. I can feel the energy building towards these oral arguments, is the way I would put it. And it's a feeling, and it's in the air.
Oh, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And not just with oral arguments coming up, but this sudden surge of arrests of law enforcement officials and guys from gambling rings, mafia men, and firefighters. We've had a lot of firefighters and police chiefs who have been arrested. I just saw another one today. We had a whole department in Tennessee that was arrested, an entire department. We had guys in Virginia. We had guys in North Carolina, South Carolina. It's starting to happen. We're seeing this RICO thing on a national level start to kick up, and the timing is fabulous.
Erica, I'm so proud to hear that, to be honest. And fingers crossed, with any luck, it's going to keep on going up north. So.
I think it will.
Yeah.
I think it will. And, you know, I told Prof this, and Chris and I talk about this every year, but election season in Indiana is nasty. Like, if you have secrets and you're running for office in the Hoosier state, starting on Dingus Day, the day after Easter, all hell breaks loose, and those secrets are coming out. So, I mean, Chris, I know will back me on that, but it is just such a nasty time of year, and that's when everything's exposed, and it benefits all of us so much.
It really is. And I'll say this, there have been, piggybacking off what you said, several arrests, major arrests, and it hasn't just been localized to Indiana either. this is going on all over the place.
So you'll take a deep breath. I'm not going to spill it all. So don't panic. Here it comes. But we had an informant come forward with a very large set of information and access to some very, very scary people. And so when we were given that massive amount of information, that was sent to like multiple agencies. We broke it down into separate reports for separate agencies because the feds are all specialized in their thing. But when that happened, it kind of kicked off a firestorm a little bit. So when we're watching arrests and stuff come down, some of them we know are coming. And it's just because we had access to that person's information. So there's more coming. Like, y'all hold on to your hats because it's not over yet.
Oh,
This
no.
is where I'm feeling in the electricity in the air, that things are stirring.
It's definitely brewing. Did we
Very
ever
much.
get any confirmation on old pork chop, Jer Bear?
So, no, however, it was weird. I don't know if you all saw my community post, but Glenn Fifield, the PIO for Lowell, the same one who cornered Barb and tried to get her to do the hit piece on me during trial. He came to the Michigan City Unsolved page yesterday and corrected me and told me that his supervisor at Lowell is Sergeant Terrence Williams. But Jerry Holman has been the Area 1 commander over Lowell as long as I can recall. And I started in journalism 30 some years ago. So I don't know, Jerry's been there for a long time. So for Fifield to clarify that he answers to someone else at the Lowell district is unique. This is unique. And so I think, as a collective, if y'all could help me dig into that, because I'm just going to be straight. It's not really safe for me to be calling some of these agencies. You have to remember that Holman is accused of illegally using pinging software and tracking devices and other things like that to locate the whereabouts of certain people. And I'm one of those people on a list that he would like to locate.
Oh, goodness.
So I have to, and I'm not trying to like usurp the conversation, but I have to take real serious precautions if I'm calling an Indiana police department for them not to be able to find me.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And he is, in my opinion, a monster. I mean, I've looked at some of the other cases that he's had his hands in, and I'm not sure what happened up north recently. I guess there was a shooting of an officer.
3. There were 3 of them.
3 officers were shot?
In what was it? 3 different incidents. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So we're having a little violence issue up here. So they were each, 1 cop per incident, but yeah, there have been 3 so far up here in our area.
Wow.
Or in my area. So yeah, they've been head underwater trying to figure out how to protect their officers at this point.
I see. Well, and that may be a reason why we can't find him right now.
Correct.
Correct. And I don't.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say it came out late this afternoon, but there's a massive breaking story about a developer from Mishawaka who the FBI raided his home in Westfield, Indiana, and he's now charged, indicted, under investigation, a whole bunch, hundreds of millions of missing dollars tied to stadiums and ballparks around the state of Indiana. And I
Mm.
think it's 200 million that's missing from Mishawaka. And now there's a huge focus on St. Joe County for this missing money and who knew what. And that's Buttigieg's area. I never say that right. We've got a lot of guys in the South Bend, Mishawaka, with their hands in kitties, and we have sources dating back as far as 2 years who have said, "Don't forget St. Joe and Elkhart counties. They're pivotal in this corruption element." David Rogers will support that. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah, well, I saw your post earlier, and it kind of confused me because I know Holman's always worked out of the Lafayette Post, and I commented on it initially, and then I started doing some research, and I had to go back in and delete my comment because I couldn't understand how if he's out of one post, he would be in a supervisory role over troopers at another post. But then I did some research, like I said, and I learned that does happen. And yeah, and that possibly because of what's going on, he's been moved unilaterally into another position that they're kind of keeping hush hush right now.
So he is in an altered state of his normal position. Is that fair to say? An alternative state than his normal position.
That's what it seemed like it was saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Erica,
Sorry.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just a minute ago, I think, did you use the word kitty? And if you did, I think I have an idea of what that is. But if you did, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know if you can explain that for the people in the chat, and if they're not familiar with that.
Absolutely. So that phrase would be used to imply that a lot of people have their hands in the till or in the money. Embezzlement, it could be fraud. We don't know what this Westfield, Mishawaka situation is yet because I didn't know that, Brittany. Because it's so new. This just broke today, from what I can tell. But in the comments section, there was just a lot of inferences that this guy wasn't alone. And I've worked big projects in the South Bend, Mishawaka area. Y'all don't know this, but I had this whole career in radio and newspaper before I ever got into missing persons 15 years ago. And I managed stations in that region. And I know I've worked with those contractors and those vendors and those ballparks, and there are hundreds of millions of dollars tied up just in the construction aspect. But then when you add in the marketing dollars, the sponsorships, the player salaries, all that stuff, billions of dollars essentially could float through people's hands. And sometimes some of those monies get rerouted to the wrong place. And that would be considered a kitty or a pool or a slush fund or something along those lines that from which people could steal.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Working in banking and stuff, at first I thought you were going a different direction, but I know in the banking world, it was always you could get in trouble if you had a kitty, is what they called it. So it's like if you were over some change that you got yesterday, and maybe you were over like 27 cents, so you just throw it in like a little envelope. That way, if you're out of balance another day, you just pull it from that and like keep yourself in balance. So it's essentially sort of the same thing. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood it and that other people did too. Thank you.
So that
No problem.
habit of misappropriating funds it's been an ongoing thing. Like we've had trouble with that for a few decades. We've had the State Board of Accounts did an audit of our water. They don't call it the water department in Michigan City. The Board of Public Works, I think, is what they call it. there were millions of dollars missing there. They did an audit of the police department. There were millions of dollars missing there. So for an Indiana department to get their hands on some money and then that money either disappear or wind up in the wrong place. Yeah, that happens up here. It happens a lot. I talk about culture a lot when I talk about our city officials, but there's this culture amongst them where they're comfortable doing sleight of hand with finances. And once one does it, the other, somebody else watches them and says, well, shit, if they can do it, I can do it. So then it just becomes this cesspool of people who like to get their hands on public money and then spend it on whatever pet project they prefer or their mortgage. We have that too. But
Yeah, it's interesting you brought that up. I just watched a special. I think I actually sent a link to Prof on it. It was called Tarnished, and it was all about Jamie Knoll.
oh yeah. Yep.
And
It's one of Chris's favorite subjects. Chris has favorite subjects, and
Mhm.
he's one of them.
Mhm.
well, I just see this pipeline from southern Indiana all the way up 65.
Well, I mean, we know that's a trafficking corridor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we tend to think of the cartel as this little entity of its own, like a little business structure. But the business that they run also affects the drug business, the gun business, the prostitute business, the child pornography business, politics, the business of politics. So their money, because they have so much money that they're working with, that money can be used in a whole lot of different ways. So we tend to think of them as like your random little street gang, but that's not it. We are talking a big business with big dollars and the ability to make things happen in the public sector. And
Mhm.
that corridor from down there to up here, yeah, but that's how your heroin makes it to Michigan. Like, nobody's growing poppy in Michigan. It's got to come from somewhere. And most commonly, it comes from the South. And it kind of makes its way up here for Americans to consume. I mean, it's clearly like any other business, it's a consumer driven product. So anyway,
Mm-hmm.
that's why you see that corridor.
Interesting.
And
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll say this, the information that Chris alluded to a little earlier affects that corridor. Okay. The information we came upon, and someone brought it to us, a very, very brave whistleblower brought it to us.
Mhm.
And we actually sat on it for a minute to give some time and distance to that information coming into our possession, because it's so sensitive that even trying to connect my movements back when wouldn't be a good thing. So when we talk about these multi-state crimes, these multi-state missing children's cases, the multi-state meth ring, the multi-state groups of organizations, the different orgs that are willing to work together, and it may seem implausible to a lot of folks, but to us it makes sense because everybody has a part, everybody plays a role. Like Chris said, it's big business, so you have to be able to move that product, which is in high demand, all the way from Chicago up to, well, over to Indiana, and then it splits. It goes up to Michigan and into Canada, and then it starts going down southern Indiana into southern Kentucky. And there are a lot of routes along the way. And we finally got to where we figured out not only how it was being moved, but who was moving it. And then somebody just dumped this gold mine of information in our hands. And it was at the time that the U.S. Attorney's Office was soliciting information for this RICO stuff. And it just so happened that one of the people mentioned one of the people indicted was listed within that information. So it made our information that much more enticing to the feds at the right time. Fair, Chris?
Yeah, very fair. We get lucky a lot. Like the timing of when we find things. I don't know how that happens, but we find it, we send it in, and then it just kind of seems to fit pieces of puzzles that the agencies are working on too.
I totally get that. Artist and I have been having those same just strange connections come together for us. I'll let her speak up a little bit, but she's like bang up on the research, as she used to be an investigator in for an attorney in civil law. So she's my rock star when it comes to stuff like that.
Yes, the lovely world of insurance defense. It was great. It was weird. Yeah, that's so we've talked for a long time about obviously there's an organized crime element involved in the case at hand here that we, Delphi, that we all talk about all the time. And then we started to wonder if there wasn't almost like a, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say a union, but a convergence of efforts between maybe 3 large organizations. When the stuff up in northern Indiana happened with the RICO, I was like dying because a lot of those names, we all recognize, right?
Correct.
So I was like, oh, dang. And yeah, there's definitely some known names in there. And then, but I thought because we talk a lot about the mob, and we talk a lot about the cartel. And I happen to think that all of these organizations bring something, they have a specialty. They all dabble in everything, but they have a specialty.
Bingo.
The Italian mob, they've been here longer than any of them. And what they have is they have a real hold on the gambling and PR. They're usually, a lot of times they become folk heroes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cartel's really good at moving those drugs. And then there's the element of human trafficking, which personally I believe belongs to the Russian mob. And then last week we had ACB comment to us about the joint task force between the United States and Canada. Have you guys heard about that?
No. Chris?
Yeah, so it's an FBI and I'm sorry, what's that?
Sorry, Artist. I was telling Erica I don't know how to answer that question.
Oh.
So I just won't.
Okay.
Oh.
She pulled a Doug Carter. I just won't answer that question.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Not because I don't want to.
Right. Well, I'll answer that question. I'll tell a little bit about this particular thing because I can. So that way Christine can, not talk about that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So ACB gave us some information. Love ACB. Love ACB spray. And apparently, the FBI and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police have had collaborative efforts, several, to combat cross-border international crime. I haven't had a lot of time to look at it completely, but it's something to do with Blackberries that load up into a server into Canada with information. And I don't know the entire gist of it, but there's been several. I'm looking at them all here. I didn't even realize a couple of them. There's one called Project Hardball that's targeting India-based crime. Giant Slalom in 2024, that was with regard to the cartel. There's a national extortion task force against South Asian diaspora, it says. And let's see. And then the Joint Terrorism Task Force is the one that really I heard of. That's the one that popped up when I first looked into this after his little comment about that. And that's a long-standing coordinating, let's see, it says a long-standing coordination protocols that utilize JTTF frameworks to prevent, investigate, and respond to international terrorism threats. So apparently there's been this joint task force effort to combat all this stuff with Canada for quite a while, or at least the last several years anyway. So
Yeah, I know something about that. It's because when they sealed up the southern border with Mexico and the Caribbean stuff coming in through the Gulf Coast, there was a sudden shift in the trafficking of all of this, started coming in through Canada up into the Northeast, from Indiana all the way to Maine. So the whole border up there, it started flowing in, and they started realizing, oh no, we got to worry about Canada now. And so in the past several years, that's been getting rolling because now they have to cut off that access point. It's my understanding.
Yeah, I'm trying to look more into it because I mean it fascinates me, it interests me, and so many things in Delphi have been, and Christina has a great theory about that, which kind of makes sense that for a long time I felt like things were suppressed in this case because they were going after, as I say, the head of a bigger dog, maybe more than one dog, meaning these different organized crime groups. So yeah, it interests me. There's definitely some organized stuff going on there. I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. So yeah. So yeah, Christina's got a great theory about all that.
Artist, are you talking about what we spoke about on maybe the last live or the live before that about like the phone coming up missing?
Well, yes.
I think she's talking about the theory of the parallel investigation with the other device.
Yeah, actually that actually kind of leads into a question I had wrote down to ask today on the panel. And I guess I can mention or ask that, I guess, with just kind of branching off from that. So the theory that I've had is that if this murder branched off or started this parallel investigation that is maybe something to do with like Anthony's shots, some things going on with that kind of stuff, the Dropbox, the CSAM stuff, a theory that I'd had is that device, like if there were two devices, that could have been kind of seized or taken as part of that. I don't know if that's true. I'm not really super familiar with like that kind of stuff, but that leads into a question that I actually had that I don't really know if you guys can answer, ladies from Erica and Christine. But I was kind of curious about I guess this would help me narrow this down is if, let me see where I wrote this down because I wanted to ask you girls. Let's see here. Yeah, so reading through the transcripts recently, I'm still unable to clear up all of these descriptions from where the phone was located at the crime scene. I've got certain paperwork transcripts that says legs, under Abby's legs. Some says under her lower back. And then in the contempt hearing, they say multiple times they got the records from the girls' phones, like plural. And I'm just curious. I know you guys really may not be able to say that. I'm just curious. Did the
I
discovery?
can answer that. So,
Okay.
so when we look at statements from multiple places, there's always going to be minor differences when a story gets retold. So adding the S on the end of phone makes total sense when you consider that they collected more than just one phone. But if you're looking to find errors, you will see them in a different light than what they actually are, I guess is what I'm saying. So there was only one phone found at the scene. Abby did not have a cell phone of her own that day. She did not have a phone that had internet service at all. So they confiscated multiple phones and pads, iPads, computers. So to say phones is correct, but really from the scene, they only got one. But then if you look at it even further, the crime scene, there were multiple phones at the crime scene because now you have to decide what area do you consider the crime scene. Law enforcement considered from the parking, from where they parked all the way to the south end of the bridge.
What do
That
you
is
mean?
all crime scene.
Where do you mean where they parked?
So where Abby and Libby
Mm-hmm.
were let off, where Rick parked earlier in the day, where all of the witnesses parked,
Oh,
that whole area is crime scene, technically. But when we all discuss crime scene, we usually mean that little 500-yard acre where the bodies were found.
oh, that's
So
interesting. Okay.
there were phones in the water. There was a phone under the bridge. Like there were phones out there that were discovered as part of the search, but they're not connected to the girls. They've all been, looked at, downloaded. Some of them were. One of them I remember was a flip phone that was found in the water, had been there forever, probably years. So there were more than one phone, or there was more than one phone, but they were also collecting devices from multiple places, the house, the bridge, the creek. Like, then they took suspect phones. So there's been all of that.
And let me play devil's advocate
Mm-hmm.
with Christine, because everything Christine is saying is based upon the official record of what law enforcement is telling us. So that's not
Correct.
to say, so I'm going to be the conspiracy theorist and say anything that law enforcement wanted to hide, they would not document in this. So
Correct.
if what you girls are
Correct.
speculating to is a possibility or a likelihood, then the you would not expect to find it. So I don't
Correct.
think it's anything we will ever know evidence of, in terms of that. So I often have spoken with Christine, and to understand the reason I love speaking with her is because she's not going to speculate. She's going to very accurately relay her understanding of what law enforcement has provided in terms of their record of the case. So it makes it complicated.
And anything they have hidden well.
Yeah.
So
And
if they hid a piece of evidence, let's say if there was another phone there, if they're hiding that, it's not gonna weasel its way into the documentation anywhere. Because the minute that a piece of evidence is collected, it's given a number. The minute that it hits the lab, it's given a number. And those numbers are tracked all the way back to the beginning. So if, let's say, there was a piece of evidence that they then find out, oh shit, this has got child porn on it, or oh shit, this has got that, or whatever, you would never hear about that.
That's
it
exactly what I was thinking.
would never make its way.
yeah, they would never
Into the
document
record.
that
Correct.
to
Well,
have to go and try to.
What's interesting is it wasn't in any documentation. The part I'm referring to is from, I think it's the contempt hearing. And it was, they were questioning Rozzy, and they were talking about checking the girls. And it was like, girls' phone records. And I thought, but I get what you're saying. Like, when you're looking for something, you're going to
So they did. Correct. Yeah. They had phone records from both girls because Abby was allowed to use, she was given kind of a loaner that didn't have service or whatever. They collected that phone and they did a full dump on it.
See, that's the one I think that we were told is Libby's phone. But sorry.
I think, I could say it like this. There were 2 numbers listed.
Ooh, that's a whole different subject. But yes, you're right, Erica.
Yeah.
Well, that's I just wanted to toss that in because there is confusion on that. And there's confusion on that for a reason, Chris.
That's good.
Very much so.
Well, there's also a big fact. I mean, I've been looking at the extractions.
Oh yeah.
And here's my take, and I just want to issue this as a broad food for thought. You look at this phone that they are alleging is Libby's. There are maybe less than a handful of substantial calls on it, period. There are a few more text messages, but primarily with a boy named Tyler. You don't see the normal amount of usage on that phone that you would anticipate from a 14-year-old girl. There's not a ton of photos. There's no phone calls to be really spoken of. There's a limited amount of texting. And my question is, where's all the use of a phone that a 14-year-old girl would be doing?
Well, and along with the apps that are missing.
It's baffling to me.
There's several apps that are not on this device. There's Meet Me, Monkey.
They're not on the report that you all have seen.
That's what I was thinking. See, that's exactly what we were talking about, Artist and New Day, about that we have basically we have version. What they put together, right? The law enforcement. They've made this.
So, let me just say this. What Osbrook leaked to everybody wasn't accurate. And now everybody has this phone breakdown that they think is accurate.
And it's not.
It's not. And that's why that man should have just stayed out of it, because he's done more to confuse and harm the situation than he did clarify it.
Well,
none of us are forensic phone experts. That was Stacey Eldridge.
Yeah, not by any means.
Chris and I know what we've seen versus and what we've possessed versus what he leaked.
Yeah, that's what I. But I have one question I want to ask about the phones because you
Uh-huh.
said several were found, um, several were extracted,
Uh-huh.
and I I believe it was in a deposition that I read. But can you tell me, yes or no? Did Kelsey German lose her device?
No.
She had her device when she went to the police station on the night of the 13th.
Ooh, that I'm not sure of. But her device that was never found out at the crime scene.
Okay.
I
Well,
can say that for sure.
okay. We were told, and some of it was rumor, and I think though I read in a deposition though that she had lost her phone, didn't have it with her, sometime between searching with Cody and going to work at Dairy Queen and being called to the police station, and that's why she went and had to pick up Bree.
Oh, that's interesting.
She was with
It
Bree,
is.
wasn't she? After that.
Well, she left work and went and picked Bree up before she arrived to be questioned, where they were all meeting.
I thought her grandma called her like while she was sitting there watching a movie or something. See,
She did, and Kelsey went out there and helped search for the girls before they contacted law enforcement.
Yeah.
She says her and Cody crossed the bridge and were looking down on the private drive. They say they talked to some neighbors. I don't know. You know, we've heard several versions of stories over the years that don't all align with each other.
They don't jive.
You know, I sound like I defend the families, but let me tell you, Kelsey was a child when this happened, and she was pressured to do the role of an adult after this happened.
I'm glad you said that, Christine. I just mentioned that recently. Yes.
They made her the spokesperson when she hadn't even graduated high school yet. This was a child. So while Erica and I know, because we've done lots and lots of interviews of cases that we've done over the years with the media. The media is always going to push you to say more than you've said. Well, you've all seen it done to Erica and I even now by the public. But reporters, especially when something is happening, you will say what you know and what you are comfortable with, and they continue to push. That's just how the media works. It is what it is. Everybody's looking for that one line that the other station didn't get. But when you have a 17-year-old child facing that kind of pressure, she's trying to remember, you know, multiple things can be true at the same time. So the way that I remember something versus the way that Prof remembers something versus the way that Erica remembers something, even though we were all in the same place at the same time and had the same experience, it can be different.
I understand that, and I agree. They did a terrible thing by putting that on that young lady's shoulders.
She's not only telling her story, but she's doing media relations for the police department and the prosecutor as well. So she had been fed a story, and these are your talking points for this interview, and they will change from interview to interview. That's just the nature of the beast.
Well, that's true. But then when you get on the stand and you testify to something we've never ever heard before, that's where I really have a problem with it. And that happened with everyone who testified that were family members.
Correct. And that happens. We see it. It is so normal. It shouldn't be, but it is. The human memory, it is very hard. Sometimes I will get backlash. If I hear a story, the story imprints in my brain, but the source of where I got the story isn't always easy to recall. So whether I have heard something that is a fact or something that is a rumor, years later, when you're trying to tell what you know, it gets confused because whether I read it in a report or whether I heard it on a YouTube or somebody told me that story in person, sometimes that is hard to remember.
Mhm.
So, and hearing new things on the stand is kind of what trials are for. We were dealing with a gag order, right? So, in reality, all of trials should have been brand new information for everybody.
Mhm.
It wasn't
Oh,
because we had big mouths over the years, but I mean, in
I
theory,
want
it was
to
all supposed to be fresh.
I want to say this too, Chris. It feels like I've said it before, but this is Chris's real big rule. And we've learned it many different ways over the years, is that people lie for all sorts of different reasons in an
Yes.
investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And what a lot of folks think is evasiveness or covering up on Kelsey's part, it is, but it's
Mhm.
not what you think it is.
Mhm.
There
Yeah,
are people out there. I'm not gonna argue the points about Kelsey. Let me say it like this: it is obvious that Libby was having communications with Anthony Schatz. It is obvious that
Mhm.
Kelsey knew that. It is obvious Kelsey
Mhm.
covered that up, and it is obvious
Mhm.
that Kelsey deleted items and probably images from her sister's phone to protect her deceased sister's reputation.
Reputation.
Yeah, I
And
guess
that is
I've
not the first time we've seen that happen in a case.
I guess my issue with it is that how do we know that it was Libby having those communications when Kelsey admitted to the fact she and Bree had catfished Liberty before, and the reason that bothers me so much is because when Reese Davis tells us about Klein and Logan and the stories that they told him,
Mhm.
Kagan seems disgusted by Libby's physique. Now, if he had already seen nudes of her, he would know what she looked like.
It's a great point. Um,
Yeah, and I'd like to kick in here because,
oh yeah, Prof, you're here.
just because,
Forgot about
look,
you. Just kidding.
I said at the introduction here, we all butt heads. We push
Mhm.
against each other. We don't
Yep.
all have to agree. If we were all carbon copies of each other, we'd be fucking idiots. Okay, so
Mhm.
Thank
clearly,
you. Thank
like,
you, Prof.
okay,
Exactly.
so Silenced and Christine. I'm sorry, Silenced and Christine. Silenced and Erica. You have to understand they're in a different position. They have different expertise and different histories. They have different feelings. Now, I'm freer to say different things. And
Mhm.
so we're all able to disagree on nuances like this,
Mhm.
but still agree on the basics. Like, yes, a lot of the things you all have said are absolutely true.
Mhm.
The
Correct.
real question would go to like motive or sinister, ideations, which we're not really in a position to really know much about.
Oh, but there's
But
one thing I could point y'all towards if you want it.
Oh, yes, please.
Victim 2 phone.
oh
Hmm.
yeah,
Okay
So
with that.
hmm
Yeah.
We've
Lib,
discussed that a
you've
little
all
bit.
heard that, right?
Yes.
Libby, yeah.
So yeah. So the assumption is from some folks is that means there was another phone of Libby's. Libby had 2 phones. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it.
Well,
I
Artist
think,
and I have a theory that there was a dual SIM adapter and there
yeah,
was
no,
one device with 2 numbers being toggled back and forth off of it.
nope,
Okay.
Well, but
not
let
with
me
that one.
okay, let me jump in again. This is going like our artist and New Day and Christina. This is going to something that they can't speak to, I
Right.
guess, because they
Uh-huh.
wouldn't know that. They don't. That's not in any record. So,
Uh-huh.
um,
So
I'd
there's a
like to move
phone
on
number.
for the moment.
Oh, okay.
I want to show something just as food for thought, and we can come back to this because I think this is important. Because you started this conversation off about possibility of a parallel investigation or some sort of reason to be looking the other way. And there's something I mentioned to several of you ladies this week that I was actually able to find, and it's very brief. It won't take more than a minute. So let me see if I can man up right now. Let's see. There's two things, and let's see. This is the first one. Now,
what you're going is getting to experience how we all work.
Yeah, and we do argue behind the scenes.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
This is I'm going to show you two things. First thing I'm going to show you was a sneaky undercover video of Pam Bondi, former Attorney General. Okay, now I want you to listen to this undercover video, and you have to read the caption because it's hard to hear. But everyone, maybe mute your mics for a moment. I'll play this, and then I'll play a second one. Okay, and I have discussed this with you this week.
Scene files are going to get released? We hope soon. The FBI has been. Okay. So. Any dates? No, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos. Yeah. And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Okay, you see Pam Bondi there?
Every one. Videos. Yeah. And it's all.
There are tens of thousands of videos, and it's all with little kids regarding the Epstein files.
Yeah, I saw this last week. And
so the FBI has to go through every one. Okay? Now let me show you the next one.
Said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that we still haven't heard from you?
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that we still haven't heard from you?
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released.
And she was fired within months. Okay, so does that suddenly not exist? Is that suddenly not a fact?
I was fired for telling the truth.
Yeah. Yep.
Peg and Klein had tens of thousands. So can you imagine how many a professional creeper like Epstein would have? Holy crap.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that she said something about like these, I guess, tens of thousands of images, because it's not exactly like they're going to release that stuff, right? So I guess
you'll never see it.
Exactly.
Well, I think that's what she said. The victims, that stuff will never be released on the victims.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm saying is,
what's the holdup though?
Suddenly that's not reality. Okay, what they say now is, no, that never happened. That doesn't exist. There's none of that. That's a new line.
She's conflating the two. It's like nobody's asking for images of these children. It's like, yeah, they're reviewing that, but where's the other stuff the rest of the stuff that they're talking about releasing?
Well,
yeah, but this is not my point. The point I'm trying to make is that
what happened to it? Yeah.
Is that she came out with a fact of the case that there were 10,000 images and videos of Epstein with and of children, and the FBI is diligently going through every single one and have to identify hundreds of victims. That was a fact. She stated twice, one off the record, one on the record. Then suddenly she's fired, and the official line from the feds are, oh no, that's not, there's none of that. There's none of that. So yeah.
Actually, there's not a lot of talk about that anymore. So maybe that whatever else is going on has accomplished exactly what they want.
Some of it's just plain victim privacy. Like, we don't outright victims in this country.
No, I don't
Well,
think
some
anyone's
have
asking
already
for
been.
that. I think what we're asking for is tell the truth. Did that exist or not? Or was
Oh,
the
yeah.
lady lying to the world? Because she didn't seem to be lying about it.
Nah, we all know she was telling the truth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You
So,
know,
I
Brittany
can tell you
asked.
what
Oh,
I
I'm
would
sorry.
like to know. What I would like to know is why they're denying such things, because and yes, I'm happy to see all these arrests lately, and to the public, when you arrest like a whole department of people for this type of thing, or you arrest cops, or you arrest fire chiefs, or you arrest uh, police chiefs, or sheriffs, or whatever, even mayors and things like that, right? That
Mhm.
that gives the public a feeling that they're really out there cracking down, and it is in a way. But I worry that this is all to hide where this snowballs to, which I happen to think may lead to much higher places, even out of this country. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
do.
when
Oh,
I
yeah.
hear
You're right.
Bondi say things like
Yeah.
that, yeah. I mean, obviously we see that with Prince Andrew, right? So,
Well,
Yeah, the
so
elite
it's
are
like,
worldwide. The elite are not in any one country.
my
The
my question is
wealthiest.
right.
always, where did Epstein get his money? The Kremlin makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what I
just
was saying,
saying.
That's what I was saying earlier about those three big dogs.
Mm-hmm.
so how
You
many
know,
counts did Klein end up actually being convicted of? Was it 25 counts?
I don't remember.
No, it was more. I think the Troll Patrol knows Mr. Ban. Wasn't it like 43 Ban?
Well, I know they dropped a handful of them. I thought he ended up somewhere
Yeah,
in
they
the end
dropped
about,
about 5, I want to say.
okay.
And
But
the poor thing was so dumb, he believed that was a deal.
so where does that put us with someone like Adam Bridge, who is charged with 78 counts initially?
So
If you can speak on it. If you can't,
I
I
can.
understand.
I can. So Adam Bridge was never really a big, like, they didn't tie him in with Delphi very well, or at all, actually. However, his associations with people who are attached to Delphi, fucking scary.
Well, how can he not be tied in when he's one of the victim's uncles?
Exactly.
Didn't he work at, like, he was
well,
searching
and
for
even more interesting to us though is his brother. I mean, his brother's the one with the motorcycle affiliation, if you know what I
Mhm.
mean.
I do.
And I mean, I've watched clips of Adam, and I've pointed this out before. Adam appears to be someone. I mean, he doesn't look you in the eye. He doesn't appear to be a leader.
Nope.
No,
But Joseph kind of does.
Mm-hmm.
So we're wondering if maybe this wasn't, because the article that we read about it when he got arrested, this happened. They came to his door last summer,
Mm-hmm.
and he met them, ran out of the house with a phone, and met them on the sidewalk,
Mm-hmm.
and told them he knew why they were there, that he was the one looking at the CSAN, or whatever. And
So
I mean,
when we
it's
say
kind of
when I
ironic
say
that the last name is
connected,
Bridge. I mean, you know what I mean? It's kind of
yeah.
weird.
Sorry, when I say things
Oh,
like
good.
connected, I don't mean that I wouldn't consider just somebody being a cousin or an uncle or even a sibling would be connected in my world. Because if we looked at every relative or every past school teacher or every social worker, we'd never solve anything because there's thousands of those. So I didn't mean to say that he wasn't related because he obviously is. But we weren't actually looking at him and that activity because there was no indicators of that on the devices. So there was also a Sandifer, the pizza shop guy. So the prevalence of chomos in the phones of the children in Delphi is alarming.
Yeah, they're surrounded by
And
predators.
it wasn't just Abby and Libby. It was it was all of the girls their age.
All of those
and
girls.
some of the boys their
Yeah.
age.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was, and these guys were like they had contact, like casual contact with more than one chomo. You know, the guy, one of the Wolfpack guy, Josh Ward, that got beaten so bad and then set on fire in Albuquerque, that guy, his girlfriend from Delphi was convicted of child porn. So, like, there is something happening with how so many chomos got into the inboxes of these children in Delphi. Because there's more than just Keg and Klein.
Yeah, and
Now
let's
we
not
have Keg and
forget.
Klein and Adam Bridge.
And let's not forget we had that what was the other guy's name? Come on, help me out, the patrol. The guy who was arrested in Delphi with thousands. Well, my memory's fading, but
I
this was
can't think of his
before.
name either. I know
This
who
was
you're talking
before
about.
trial. There was that guy who was
Mhm.
also a biker, and let's not forget there was reference to the Dropbox. You know, like the
Correct.
Dropbox of Keegan Klein opening up the largest child abuse material in Indiana history
Correct.
investigation, which we have not heard a single word about.
Prof, you know, I watched
But
that one video. I
we
think it was
have seen these periodic arrest of predators with large amounts of this material, like the officer that Miss Morse informed us about.
Nick. I can't think of his damn last name right now.
Isn't it like
Yeah.
Heckler or something, or
No.
Hecklin?
No, this
No?
guy was producing and distributing just like the Bridges.
Oh yeah.
And Neil Lockman.
Neil Lockman.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
I was
and then the
gonna
guy
say,
in
yeah.
Delphi, what was his name? Oh, it escapes me, but it's on my community page for all you viewers. You can go down my community page. You'll find about the arrest in Delphi before trial. So we've just been seeing these, kind of slowly they're gathering up, but we don't know that this is connected to the Dropbox of Kagan Klein. But one would assume if there was a Dropbox with multiple participants or people accessing it, you would assume that that would be investigated and backtracked, and it would take time to build cases and then go do the arrest and whatnot. And we know the wheels of justice grind exceedingly slow. So
They do. And child pornography investigations are very, very, very slow. So Erica and I, we had a guy in our home community that was arrested on child pornography, and it took probably 2 years before he was even charged. So they knew about it years before. They arrested him for something else. It was something ridiculous. Well, that gave them access to this guy's digitals, and it took them a couple years to convict this guy. Well, then shortly before the Delphi homicides themselves, long before we came along on the case, but shortly before the murders, there was another arrest, and it had connected to that. Erica and I were on the phone one night. We were looking for a girl that was missing.
I
And
knew this
so-
was going to come up for some reason.
Right. So we were on Backpage and some other prostitution websites, whatever, and somehow stumbled across a Facebook page. Facebook of all places. And when I clicked on it, now I use when I'm doing that kind of work, I don't use a Google browser, obviously. So I stumbled upon a Facebook page that was nothing but child pornography. And Erica tends to not look at traumatizing material. We divide responsibilities, and looking at traumatizing material is somehow my job.
Ain't my thing.
Right. But I told her I had to send you just a screenshot of this video that I just came across on Facebook. And we were on the phone with the FBI that very night. So it took, I don't know, it probably took 3 or 4 months maybe before that image was ever tracked back to the name of a child and their abuser. Like it takes a painfully long time. And in the meantime, while they're still working on how to make the arrest and identify all the kids, those naked photos are still circulating the interwebs. They swap them like trading cards. It is the craziest. It is the craziest method.
Hey, Erica and Christine.
Uh-huh.
If it's okay, I was going to ask you guys a question that's been on my mind a lot lately. I don't want to change subjects if you guys are still in the middle of
I just want to finish that this is Daniel Norfleet. Okay, the name I was trying to tell you guys, Daniel Norfleet of Delphi. So there was a large amount, extremely large amount, and
jeez, wow. It's upsetting. Yeah, so if it's okay, it's up to Prof. I just had a question I keep trying to remember to ask at some point, and I always forget. So I was hoping I had an opportunity to ask now, if Prof would, if he doesn't mind. So this is really for Erica and Christine, and what I'm wondering about is what I've been noticing, like in some of the stuff that's came from the clerk, like the actual exhibits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I have noticed something that seems kind of strange to me compared to other cases that I've looked at before with exhibits and stuff. And something that's interesting about a lot of these exhibits, particularly the digital stuff like videos, I'm wondering the discovery that you guys got, was it screen recordings and screenshots of all of this digital evidence, or is that just what the public gets?
That's what the public gets.
Yeah.
So,
No,
okay.
ours was files, documents, emails. Yeah, ours.
let me clarify, because Christine's not asking it in the right way.
Right.
Have you ladies seen the Sarah Carbaugh interview?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it only a 2-minute excerpt from the?
I think it was
from
one. Yeah.
1 or 2 minute excerpt from the little some little weird media viewer that was screen recorded, or did you see the actual full-length Sarah Carbaugh interview?
Yeah.
Well, full-length interview.
Okay. Did you see the
Was it Rod
Rod Abrams interview in its entirety, or was it a bunch of broken up screen recorded bullshit off of a desktop, things that have been released on YouTube?
Yeah, it was not broken up. No. Those things don't come broken up.
That is
so. There's a rule of completeness in Indiana law. So if you're going to play part of, let's say, a video, for instance, if you're going to show a 2-minute excerpt, the defense then has the right to say that under the rule of completeness, we want to see the whole thing.
Correct.
But they didn't. I
But
guess
they didn't.
what we saw in the exhibits, they were just excerpts and poorly
Correct.
done at that.
Correct.
Correct.
And so that's why we're out here. That's all we're getting, and we're looking
Correct.
at it like, what in the world?
Because the ceiling covered so much information that they were able to break those things up and claim it was to protect confidential information. That's why we still can't comment or comment on or answer specific questions. If you've received a video that's broken up and we saw the original, then by discussing what's inside the sealed part is a crime for us.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're dancing, and we've been dancing the entire time.
And Erica, how long will that continue? I mean, because like, if you were employed by someone who didn't actually pay you and dissolved the company, and I mean, what are the chances you guys are going to be on the team again should Rick win an appeal and have a second trial?
It's not really because of our
those
NDA.
are two completely different questions.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how they can be. Yeah.
Well, first of all, let me chime in before they answer. The NDAs are in perpetuity.
Correct.
Correct.
And some of our reluctance to share has absolutely nothing to do with the Indiana law or with
just your own character and integrity and
no, it's
Indiana law.
Oh, okay.
So this is a crime against children, and the rules about how you can share documents, etc., are different when it's a crime against a child or it's a crime of a sexual nature.
Well, I wonder how come nothing has happened to the people that are constantly leaking stuff. How come nobody goes after them?
I don't fucking know.
Especially the lawyers.
It's a nightmare because people look at me like I should be able to just whip you over a document.
Right.
And if I don't whip you over a document, I'm a liar. Like we have a hard time with that because my response is always, you either trust me or you don't, because I can't give it to you.
Well, in speaking of that, you know, those leaks that have been occurring, and you were talking about how if you saw one thing in trial, but the public's been presented with something else, could like a good example of that be the 43-second video that was released a year and a half ago?
No, but it could be the phone records.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the phone records would be the best example.
Well, what about like the Google geofence data, the
Oh yeah, that too. You never saw it. That. See, the thing about the geofence data,
what was leaked,
is because it covered such a large section of Delphi. I'm gonna sound like I'm offering excuses for not releasing that one.
I don't think
but
so.
I'm not. I swear.
No,
there's a legitimate reason to not release geofence data, and that is because every husband, every wife, every person that is dating, their whereabouts for the entire day become public record. Yep. Now, you have nut jobs looking at what little records they can see and outing children as being who communicated about what with whom. Can you imagine what they could do with your location data? Yeah, say you're cheating on your husband. You want the entire state to know that? So that's why geofence data and a lot of digital data, the law is very protective of those things because so many lives could be damaged.
Well, it's also fruit of the poisonous tree because they went and they got that illegally because there were missing children. So there was no proper warrant that was specific. And then they started off investigations based on that geofencing.
Correct.
And proper warranting was never done. So everything regarding that is fruit of the poisonous tree. They don't want to admit it. So they just buried it. Wow. So where you're making excuses for cheating wives, the court was making excuses that
for cheating cops.
We can't even use this because we did this illegally. And, you know, the feds just went and they redid the legislation of limiting geofence warranting even more so.
They did.
That just happened. So,
Well, what I'm referring to really though is like the information and the documents and the reports and stuff that's been leaked, because you were just talking about the legality of you guys, this information discovery. So I'm curious about the people that have been leaking that stuff.
Yeah, I am too.
If
Well, like, what would be the motive for that? If you're saying that
To hurt Rick. To hurt Rick.
well, I agree.
To hurt Rick and
promote
also
themselves too.
Yeah.
To promote themselves. Michael Osbrook, for half a dozen different reasons, is desperate to be important in this case. And
he wants a license plate that says boss also, huh?
Whatever. Like, his behavior is disgusting. And
it really is.
I thought it was like, why don't they get punished? You know what I'm saying? Like all these people.
We tried. We've reported them. We've reported them many ways, and I have. And excuse me. The other reason that we don't talk about certain things is that and it'll go along with answering the second part of your question, which is, would we expect to work a second trial? We don't have a crystal ball. While everyone else is trying to think about what happens at a retrial and what happens here and there, Chris and I don't know that any of that's coming. And we're the ones that have actually worked in this setting. So we don't have an answer because we don't know.
I can appreciate that. I guess I don't know normally how it works. I've wrapped myself around Delphi deeply since 2021. And I don't know that when an individual such as Rick, if he were to win his appeal and be granted a second trial, is it common for the same defense team to take on that task? I guess is what I'm asking.
I don't know, because you have to consider that this is a public defender position, and the state, the Public Defenders Council appoints that. But then you have Osbrook involved with the Public Defenders Council, so that's a concern. Then you have Baldwin may be in a position to pro bono these services. We don't know. We may have lawyers facing disciplinary action.
Oh, shit,
I know the answer to it. It's no, it's not New Day. It's ultimately up to Rick and Kathy what the hell they want at that point.
Is it? Have you verified that? Because
I verify it's up to Rick and Kathy ultimately. And that's the fortunate, unfortunate aspect. But I just want to chime in because I think that we should be looking forward, not backward. And like, ultimately, my feeling is no one who is engaged in the first catastrophe should be engaged in the second attempt. However, my feeling with all of us, and this goes for Baldwin, this goes for Cranks, and any damn one else that thinks they have something to contribute, including the chat members, my feeling is we work our asses off now. We gather potentially admissible evidence. We try as hard as we can to build substantial portfolios so that whoever, and let's hope it's not Baldwin, whoever ends up representing Rick, if there even is a new trial, and say if there's not, and he goes to post-conviction, whoever ends up representing Rick needs our crowdsourced intelligence and potentially useful evidence. And that's my admonition to the community is we develop shit that's beyond rumor. We develop something substantial enough to be admitted as evidence, whether it's post-conviction proceedings, a new trial proceeding, or further appellate actions. That's my feeling, is that because no one cares about anything that can't be admitted as evidence in the long run.
Correct.
And so
Well, Prof, I wanted to mention something too. I think that's gone around a lot, and I think it's worth, at least to me, clearing up for your viewers. There has been a lot of stuff said about um, how certain people are responsible for Kathy and Rick declining that the pro bono offer from back a long time ago, and for some reason, like Erica's a target, you're a target. It's like, but it should be known, like, right, like literally nobody had anything to do with that except for them, like Kara, Michael, and Kara turned down the appeal, allegedly, according to her ex. She turned down taking the appeal because she said she was too busy, and she said she didn't want to stop using, like, talking about this case online. And then, whenever Kathy accepted the offer, I guess this pro bono offer contract thing, she didn't want Michael on it, I think, is what Kara said. And then, because Kathy supposedly didn't want Michael on it, Kara rescinded her offer. So I think that Erica gets hate, you get hate, a
That's how
lot
it
of
went
people.
down. Yeah, that's how it went down.
It's not, it was nobody here.
So here's what really happened, okay?
Yes, do
Kathy's a
tell.
grown ass adult. Like she's
Thank you.
grown. If you
Yes.
actually knew Kathy, she is not a weak woman.
She's a
Okay,
firecracker,
she's
you can
just
tell.
not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Erica and I won't even speak for Erica. I'll say I found out about the contract after it had all happened. I didn't even know that Prof was going to share it when he did.
You guys are just easy
Nope.
Because
targets.
I didn't know it existed.
Right.
Well, let me say this, Christina. Easy
Yes, ma'am.
targets is one thing.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Maybe Michael Osbrook knows he's scared fucking shitless of us too, and there's reason. Just saying. If we had weighed in on it, we would have been pretty damn vocal about not
Right.
working with him because he's untrustworthy, unprofessional, unethical. But Kathy's a strong flipping woman. Nobody tells her what to do when it comes to Rick. And you have to remember, Kathy put her trust in people the first time around.
Mhm.
And look where it got her husband.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it really bothers me that people not only try to shift the blame to you guys, but they also then try to act as if Kathy's just somehow incapable because this is traumatic. And that really bothers me. It bothers me. We all do shit in traumatic times. And you know what? We all get through it, just like her. So I don't like you guys
Exactly.
getting the blame because that's still a thing that goes on now.
You know,
So,
I don't even mind. To be honest, I don't even really mind.
Yeah, and I don't worry about the haters, Christina.
I don't know their names, so there's
Good.
that.
I think we all know what happened now that
Right.
Kara refused
Mhm.
because Osbrook was not going to be involved. But
Yep.
yeah,
I think she just wanted to keep playing online. She already had a job.
well that's the thing is that when online so basically social media platforms for these business people are looked at as business cards.
Yes.
So they're not going to give away the billboard or the business card to take a job.
That's
Like-
wild. Imagine not putting someone who they allege is wrongfully convicted and innocent, and they pick the internet over the client's needs. But that's for another day. I just I just thought about touching on that. So
You know, when you see something that didn't come from the court record, my word of advice to everyone is to reconsider whether that matches what you already know, whether it matches what was released in court, what has been said repeatedly, like without the speculation in it, and see if that really fits.
Well, I'm
Because
glad you mentioned that because the BG video that was released by some people from the
Thank you.
internet,
right?
it doesn't match at all what any of the
No.
attendees at
No.
court testified to seeing
Correct.
as exhibits. But,
Ooh.
you know, if you should go to one of the primary resources where trial exhibits are made available to the public, you will see that it is stuck in there as a substitute for the actual exhibits that were shown to the jury.
And the
Correct.
police said,
So
yeah.
there's a lot of that. And, it's kind of like sleight of hand or
Mhm.
lies by omission and that sort of thing.
Phone records
Yeah.
are not, some of what I've seen online is not accurate to what I do have. I mean, take it, also consider that was a logical extraction and then like 4 or 5 celebrate extractions. And the difference between a celebrate extraction and a logical extraction, night and fucking day. They're not even close to similar. So just, just consider before saying, oh my God, there's this cool new document. Somebody that had hands in the discovery must have leaked it. Yeah, they don't all match.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dispatch
I've seen a lot of
reports,
discrepancies.
Well, and there are
correct.
discrepancies naturally, though, in all those processes.
Right.
And someone is trying to combine them all, which is also counterproductive. But
Correct.
yeah. So look, I want to move on. I know. Well, first, before I do that, anybody up here has anything they want to cover before we get to the Q&A?
Mm-mm.
You got anything, artist, New Day, Christina?
I do. I have one more question. Are you ladies still, if you can answer, are you still in contact with Andy Baldwin?
Depends on what you mean by contact. I still have access to him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
I'll
mean,
take that as a no.
okay, yeah, okay, thank you.
I have a question if it's okay to ask
Yes.
really quickly. I'm curious, this is mainly for Erica and Christine, was there any evidence or pieces of evidence, documents, anything, in this case that you've had access to, that you thought that the chain of custody was difficult to follow? I don't know, like incomplete, unable to
Yes.
verify anything
Yes.
that you can
Yes.
think
And
is that
I'll just say
something?
the source of that information was Mike Thomas. That's how I'll put it. If
Uh-huh.
you've heard him
Okay.
discuss things on other programs,
Yeah.
he relayed that information to us as well in a separate interview.
Uh-huh.
Well, what about the bullet? Is there any?
Okay,
Oh,
so
ho-
that's
ho-
what
ho-
I was
ho-
just
sorry.
getting ready to mention.
Yeah, hold on, though. Hold on, please. So you guys are being too cryptic. So what piece of evidence are you referring to about Mike Thomas? Are we talking about the phone?
The belt.
The
Are we
belt,
talking
yeah.
about the belt? Well, yeah, the belt's a
The
thing.
broken
Okay.
belt.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The broken belt. And here's what you have to understand. Halfway through trial, I grabbed the evidence log. I asked Matt to bring the evidence log to court. And then I sat there for, I don't know, a week, 10 days every night and ran through every single page of those 803 pages.
Erica,
Yeah.
just to help folks out, how thick was that binder?
Well, it was 7 or 8 inches because it was 803 pages.
Correct.
Wow.
And the belt was not anywhere inside those pages. I went through every single page looking for the item number on that belt, and it didn't exist.
That's
Nothing
interesting.
like it.
I thought you were
And it's
referring to
important-
Christina. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Erica. I'm so sorry.
No, we're talking about the broken belt that Jerry Holman and Steve Mullen refused to have tested.
Wow.
Okay,
Other
whose
sons of
belt?
stuff.
Are we talking about Abby's belt that was
We
broken?
don't know. That's the problem.
No, we don't know who that belt belongs to,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think.
but
confirmed that.
it matched one that belonged to Abby.
Well, that's what I'm saying, okay? Because we had people talk to Anna.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought
so
Anna couldn't verify for sure that it was Abby's. So
we're getting
Uh,
Point number one is we're talking about I want to go one at a time because it's getting confusing. So the belt.
I can do the bullet.
Okay, but for the listeners, okay. So the first thing that Christina, I guess, was asking without asking about a belt. There was a belt that was collected that was broken that you would assume because 98% of the time when someone is trying to abduct a girl, they grab by the belt when the person tries to struggle away. There was a broken
Correct.
belt, broken in that way. under the bridge is what I remember. Is that pretty much correct? On dry ground under
Yeah.
the bridge?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mike
the
Thomas.
story that we were told, I can clear that up real quickly. The story that we were told was that IMPD lent one of their top homicide detectives to this effort. And as these cops were driving back up to Delphi to go look at the bridge and the crime scene, this seasoned homicide detective asked the question without any clues, any indication, no discussion. He said, "By chance, did you happen to find a broken belt at the scene?" And the answer was like, not only yes, but it was like, yes, but how the hell did you know that? And to what you were just talking about, Prophet, was when there's an abduction from behind, if the victim's wearing a belt, then the perp is going to grab them from behind. That belt's going to break. It's going to snap. You're either going to find a broken belt and buckle or remnants of such at that scene.
And then it turns out there was one collected at that scene.
Correct.
Correct.
where-
But Holman refused to have it tested.
I know. Okay, we'll get to that part. But I'm asking approximately where, because my understanding was somewhere under the bridge on dry ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so not in the water under the bridge, under the dry ground on the bridge, which would have been on nearer the private drive. You would assume, because I don't know. I haven't seen any log of where that was collected. Okay, and then it was refused to be tested. You only found out about it last minute. It was a huge scuttle, to try to get something done about it, and it ended up being just a fucking drop the ball moment. Okay. Now the phone, I want to introduce before, obviously the bullet is a problem I'm going to get to, but the phone, I am highly convinced, has a broken chain of custody from the time it's collected until the time it's first extracted.
Yeah. It does.
And I don't know if any of you have looked. Have you looked at that, Christina?
Yeah, I have. Here's what I know about the phone.
Wait, Christine.
Here's what I know
hold
from
on,
the
Christine.
record.
Christina, ask Christina.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Because I think
okay.
Christina asked about that, but I could be wrong. Christina, did you have a question about that chain of custody for the phone that we discussed earlier?
Well, I was curious really about any evidence, being the phone, the bullet, any things that they just were, that they were curious about. And it may be these items, but yeah, the phone is absolutely one of them.
No, I want to talk about it. It's just, I don't think that it's I kind of don't. This is turning into an interview of Eric and Christine being questioned by the team. And I wanted more of a discussion out of all of us, because I don't mean to question the ladies, but regarding the phone, I thought you and I had a conversation, but it might have been me and someone else where
No,
we
it
were
was me.
looking.
Yeah.
It wasn't you. Okay. So we were looking closely at the phone, and what it appears is that there's a broken chain with the phone. Now we all know that I'm sorry, Erica dropped out. It shows that her device dropped, so hopefully she'll pop back in. Well, I lost train of thought with this,
You're
but
talking about like the manila envelope and stuff like that?
even beyond that, I'm talking about from the moment of collection, because the question is, did that phone go to drying? Because I'm assuming that phone must have gone to the drying room,
Well, what it says in the transcripts is that, so this is what really stood out to me most about certain pieces of evidence, which one of those is the phone, and the way that this guy testified. Who was it? The guy that was at the crime scene? I don't know if it was Pate. There was a couple of them. I've already forgotten now. But the way that he described in the trial about securing this evidence, he didn't use the same language at all. It was actually so far completely like opposite of the other evidence. He talked about sealing it, initialing it. But when it came to that phone, all he said was, I collected it and I transported it to, I think he said Lafayette. Maybe it was, I forgot the name of the place. Is it
it's
Indianapolis?
a place where they do the
Lafayette.
drying. Yeah,
Lafayette. That's it. Yeah.
No,
But he didn't talk about
I-
putting it in drying. He just said he took
Yeah,
it there
I
and put
know,
it
I
in
know.
the temporary storage. I don't know if
So
that's
say that again, Christina, because you are saying basically what my concern is,
hmm
but you got to slow down, say it slower and clearly in what you
okay.
were just describing, that there are for every other piece of evidence, the
hmm
way that it was testified to, and then describe how the phone is different.
Yeah. So with the phone, whenever he's testifying to collecting it at the scene and finding it underneath Abby's body, he says, "I collected it and transported it to Lafayette and put it in temporary storage." That was his testimony about it.
Perfect, perfect. Now that's the beginning of my
Yep.
question mark. And could you
hmm
explain why that's a question because of the other standard protocol?
Yeah, like whenever you go through and you're reading in these transcripts and pretty much in any trial, it there's always almost this spiel where it's like, I collected this item, I put it into this uh, paper envelope or whatever, I initialed it, so and so initialed it, we sealed it, it was transported, it was taken out, evidence, it was, logged. And you see that very consistently throughout these transcripts. But there are several pieces of evidence, and the biggest one is this phone. He doesn't do that with. And if you look
Okay.
at the picture, what is that? That manila envelope and then that
Right.
chain of custody log.
And the
That,
manila envelope has never been clamped. It's never
yeah.
been taped. It's never
Mm,
been sealed. So, yeah, those are some questions about why there's suspicions with the phone.
right.
And before we move to the bullet, or before we get, I want to get Christine's. She wanted to respond to the phone, but Christina, um, what other items did you notice a similar anomaly with in the description of the protocol as he related?
I want to say another. Yeah, I would. I don't have those wrote down, but I want to say one of the others was there was some stuff weird about the shoe. A shoe. It was one of the.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It was a shoe.
continue, please.
It's I still can't figure out it's hard to figure it out from the testimony and from the depositions, the transcripts. Because I, like Christine said, I completely get people's words that are going to change up a little bit. So I try not to give that too much weight, but it's really difficult
Of
to narrow
course,
down the shoes because
of
of the
course.
way
But this
they
is why
are.
I want to ask you specifically because
hmm
I'm interested in your gut feeling and your take,
Oh,
because it
yeah,
might make me go look and others. So,
yeah.
yeah, the phone, the shoe, and
Um,
anything else that really was a red flag to you in your feeling?
it was definitely one of the Nike shoes that was weird with that, and there were. It was. I think the only other thing I can think right off is the bullet. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So before we go to the bullet,
hmm
Christine, did you want to have anything to add to that or
Yeah, actually, I can answer some blurriness about both, actually. So with the shoe, one of the shoes was still on Abby. So
Uh-huh.
it remained. So when it gets logged into evidence, her body and everything on her body is the same piece of evidence at the scene.
Well, the crime scene photos that were leaked
Doesn't
show Abigail wearing shoes. I thought the shoe that was underneath her was Liberty's
yeah,
shoe.
yeah, supposedly.
Okay, yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
You
okay,
could be right.
we're
She may
getting
have had
confused. So, okay.
You could be right.
Well, that's why I wanted to
Okay.
clarify. I
Me
just
too. Me too. I want to
Yeah,
go back. Are you misremembering, Christine,
I
or
could be.
confused?
I could be because
Okay.
the shoes that are on them, however, whether there was one or two, that doesn't become a piece of evidence until at autopsy when it's removed from the body.
I think she had two shoes on actually.
Could be.
Abby did, yeah. She had her
You
Converse
could
on.
be.
Yeah.
See, you got to remember, I have looked at tens of thousands of images
No, you're fine. I get it.
over time,
Yeah,
so it gets blurry.
that's okay.
And then the shoe should have been the shoe that's under her, if that's the shoe we're asking about. Because there was a shoe under her and then there was a shoe in the water.
I'm asking about all of them because the chain of custody with them is very weird. So it doesn't matter whichever one you want to go
Okay.
with.
So the one in the water should be straightforward. It was put into an evidence bag, and that's
Yeah.
what you would expect to see, right?
Okay, let me stop
Yeah.
stop there. Stop there. I just read this last night. The shoe in the water, because it was part of what the water team collected, was placed in a bag of water
Yep.
Yeah.
and sent. Okay, now then you got the 2 shoes on Abby, and then you got a shoe under Abby,
hmm
and the anomaly here is that some of the witnesses use the word shoes plural when they're finding the shoes in the water or the shoe in the water.
Probably did just
So-
like I did. Like I just did.
Well, I know, but I'm not going to give them that. I'm going to say either or. It's a possibility.
There was also another pair of shoes out there that didn't belong to either of the girls
That's what stood out to me. Yeah.
over by the bridge.
There was
By,
one.
by the belt.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And were they Nikes by chance?
I don't remember. I do remember that they were like placed there. They weren't like
weird.
Like you kick off a shoe. You know what I mean? No, they were sitting side by side like they had been taken off and placed there.
Well, in all fairness, I think there was also a shoe tree in the area
There was at
that
Weber's.
I saw pictures of. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
by Weber's
Okay.
house. There was a shoe tree.
And so
So
I want to stop before we continue because I forgot something I wanted to say about when we were talking about chain of custody.
Mm-hmm.
Despite what we were questioning about chain of custody, especially with that phone, let's remember, because this is what I would slip my mind when I went to speak, but I see the chat is discussing it, the stipulation agreement.
Correct.
That they stipulated to that phone anyway, and a whole bunch of things. So it was never, chain of custody was never going to be an issue at trial after that moment that they stipulated to not question the chain of custody.
why?
So
Why would they do that?
Even though
Because they were
Harshman testified
insane.
to it. Yeah.
correct.
They were absolutely insane, and they were too trusting, and they made fatal mistakes, dropped the ball, lost the case, period. But, yeah, sorry,
remember
I'm
that
upset.
paper? No, you're okay. We looked at that paper, me and you did, and it only says phone when they're describing the phone found at the crime scene. That's an issue for me. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that. We could pull it up, but for me, it's pointless. Like they basically say Liberty's iPhone or
Right.
Liberty's phone.
Yep.
So Liberty's phone was never going to be questioned when it came to chain of custody.
Mm-mm.
And that does not make me very
Well,
satisfied.
stipulating to something doesn't mean that everything on our phone is valid.
No, it means
doesn't
they weren't.
mean-
It was specifically spelled out. They're not going to question the chain of custody.
Correct.
So that's what we're discussing. So it's a frustrating point to me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now-
when it was found at the scene, I know that so the phone was found on the 14th. On the 16th is when the first extraction happened.
No,
Well, it had to have been
15th.
the next, but yeah, it would have had to have been the
15th
next
it was
day.
done.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it the
They released the
15th?
video.
Yeah. But
Fine.
okay, so circle back. What are we talking about? I got lost.
Shoes. I had asked.
No,
her-
we're talking about so Christine was making a point about the phone.
Oh yeah. Miss Christine.
So they found it at the scene. They take it to the lab. What they didn't do with the phone, this lab is not like any other lab that I have seen testimony of in court. Normally, once it gets to the lab, it gets a different number. It gets a number from the lab. And even as the evidence moves from one room to the next room, it is scanned as it moves around the building. I didn't see that for any of the Delphi evidence. So
Well, didn't-
like the bullet, I know I'm talking about both, but with the bullet, there were not photos of the bullet at the lab. Same thing with all of it, really. As the evidence moved through the lab, they weren't documenting what was happening in the lab other than the test that they were running. You get what I mean?
Well, they told us early on they didn't even find some of those things
Correct.
the first time they had the scene secured. That it
Mhm.
was released. We know they went back several times. At
They
least
never left.
it.
So
Well,
there were
they
officers
they
there for
released it
periods.
enough
They
though.
did one time. That's what that yeah, one time they did release it and then came back later.
Correct.
They came back on the 17th,
Yeah.
and there's news media coverage of it.
Right.
And then we have Barb McDonald telling us, reporting on, I believe it was Court TV, it might have still been HLN at the time, telling us that that bullet wasn't found until they went back out the second time and secured the scene.
Yeah,
And
Julie
and she
Morgan
tells
said.
us it was underneath, it was down in the dirt. And then Lobrato
Right.
confirms that when he talks about it later on.
He confirmed
That
which
the
part?
bullet
That it
was
was in the
down into
dirt?
the dirt. Yes.
Yeah, it was. So
Mhm.
I have photos from the crime scene, hundreds of them, and they are taken in, you get the whole batch. They're in sequential order as the way that they are taken. Every photo has got metadata with it, yada yada, on the story goes. Anyway, the bullet was found before the girls' bodies ever left the scene the night of the 13th.
How do you know?
Because there's photos and metadata that match it, and it's in the same series
Okay,
of
let me ask,
photographs from
do
the
you have
scene.
a photo that shows the body in the same framing as the photo?
Yes,
Okay.
you can still see her foot.
Her foot.
Okay. Does anyone have any question about that? So
Well,
there's a
well,
photo in which you can see a foot
On the
that you
bullet.
can
mhm.
is a shoe on the foot or is it a nude foot? A
Oh, I don't
naked foot?
remember.
It's a nude foot. It's actually the photo they shove into Rick's face.
The one they
when,
showed Rick.
Yes.
Okay. So it's Libby's foot and you can see the bullet in the
Mhm.
framing and okay, so we can put that behind us then. But there are other questions. I guess it would be a good time now we can move because we were going to Christina. Yeah, Christina. There's too many
Well,
Christines here.
hold on, Prof. I
Okay.
don't want to interrupt you, but after the bullet was collected, there is uncertainty with chain of custody with the bullet.
I'm not done with the bullet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Never
No.
mind. Then you keep going.
I'm going
Sorry.
back to her thing about the bullet. So,
Okay.
So as far as the bullet being found when the bodies were still laying on the ground, you are alleging that you can confirm that yes, that happened, and we
Correct.
would feel that that's possibility because we saw that in the interview, okay, with Rick. Now, next to the bullet, I want to go back to Christina's original question about the chain of custody of the bullet. So, Christina, when you brought up the bullet, what was your where were you going to first get into the bullet? And I apologize, that was 10 minutes ago.
Oh no, it's okay. No. I'm taking this all in. Where I was going with that one is something that Christine mentioned earlier about how when a piece of evidence is brought in, it gets a number and that number stays with it. Well, something that I thought was interesting that was brought up in the trial, it was testified to with Melissa Oberg, and then of course, it's been discussed a lot, but they talk about how the number or the lab code or whatever it's called for this bullet has changed. And what I thought was very bizarre was Melissa Oberg testified that, first off, she said she was told that they ran out of numbers. And I don't really know why they let her testify to hearsay, but they did. And she said because they ran out of numbers. I'm like, wait, what? And they have a 19K number on it. Like, what? happened there?
Okay, let me stop you, Christina.
Okay.
Because what Christina is implying here, because we did the deep research on this, and we got into the Indiana protocols. The 19K prefix means that it's 2019 and a new case number is assigned in 2019. So what she found was that Melissa Oberg says, as they're testing the bullet, for some reason they run out of numbers, and then this is years later after 2019. But the bullet number goes from a 2017 prefix, and then Melissa Oberg says, "Oh, and then when we tested it before trial, lo and behold, I ran out of numbers, so I gave it a new number." Well, the number she ends up giving it, according to her story, is an actual code for 2019, which leads me to believe it's bullshit. Okay, and I think that's what Christine is implying or questioning. What would have happened such that a 2017 bullet laboratory number would suddenly receive a new number in 2019? And why would Melissa Oberg say that in 2023 or whenever she tested it, that she assigned it that number, which is hard to believe because a laboratory, it's going to be like a QR code or a UPC. It's going to be a very specific code, and that's zero doubt in that. So I'm believing, and what I told Christina, I think what happened is 2017, it's a certain bullet and a certain laboratory thing. And for some reason in 2019, they assign it a new laboratory number. So Melissa Oberg says she ran out of numbers. She had to give it a new number. What do you guys think? And that's for everyone on the panel, but also I guess I will let Christine go first.
So are we sure it's the bullet that was found in the ground and not the bullet that was found at Rick's house?
Yes.
I have no idea. That's weird.
I'd have to send it like a picture.
There's wishy-washy with this bullet. Like they didn't take photos of it. It didn't have a size gauge. Like there is wishy-washy weirdness with the bullet.
Well, it seems to me it would be a totally different bullet if it has a different number like that.
Yeah.
And we just weren't allowed to ask about it. I don't know.
They didn't even.
You may have caught. You may have caught.
You may have caught some
big there.
Yeah.
That's I would say if you wouldn't mind having Chris look at that, because listen, I know nothing about guns. Like I've had to go to gun experts, to do commentary on guns. So I look at that and I don't know a 40 caliber from a 22, from a buckshot.
Let me add this. Let me add this to this complex situation, because I think this is important. We know for certain that there were more than one 40 caliber casings. Okay, because what we had Julie Melvin step forward and inform us that she discussed with an IMPD officer who we absolutely know were there. I mean, don't you girls confirm that there were IMPD detectives who were working to assist in the search for evidence on the ground?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
So we know that there was an IMPD detective who relayed to Julie that he picked up at least the area of 40 caliber casings and that such. And so I'm asking, what are the odds that another one might have been unfired? We've never seen any of those. We don't know the condition of them.
Not either.
It was just clear to when the officer related it to Julie, he said it was clear to him that there had been lots of shooting out there. And we know that everyone that surrounded that property owned those 40 caliber handguns, literally every single one of them.
So there was an officer narrative that mentioned that there were lots of bullets out there. But
where was that? Where was that?
In the Orion, it was the police filing system. At the end of every shift, an officer is supposed to make a little report. It's usually just a couple paragraphs about what they saw or did during the day. And I remember reading a narrative that talks about there being lots of bullets out there. But what I don't remember seeing are photographs of lots of bullets out there,
Correct.
except for one that was found after the homicides, after the crime scene was done. Someone was walking along, and in the dead center of that trail was an unfired round.
Ooh, remember Mike?
Really? Was that collect? Do you know if that was collected? Does
It
it mention
was.
in the report?
Yeah.
It was and found to be unrelated. But come on now, really? Really?
You mean it was marked
There-
cleared?
Unrelated. They couldn't get it to match. Did they fire it? Maybe if they'd have fired it, they could have
Maybe
got
they
it to
should have
match.
fired it and they would have
Right?
matched it to Ron Logan.
Yeah. So they concluded that it was a nothing burger, but come on, it was dead in the middle of the trail that cops had been walking for days. Come on. Like,
Well,
Hmm.
can I say something too?
mhm,
A lot of those cops carried that same type of gun,
sure did.
Correct.
and
So did some of the
did that bullet
searchers.
Yeah. Well,
just
you know, we
happen?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
out it was the
because it's a
issued-
popular gun.
It
And my
was
point
issued-
about the bullets is like, how many places this? Yeah. Go ahead, Prof. I'm sorry.
No, I discovered someone shared with me recently footage from the news announcing that there were standard issue 6 Hour 40 caliber firearms.
That was me. I sent that to you.
Right.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
See, New
Yes.
Day. You see why I need you?
Yep.
Yeah. New Day sent me. New Day, I wish you could text me that clip right now because I would play that. Yeah. So standard issue for those guys walking around that crime scene, 6 Hour 40 caliber.
And there were searchers that had
Yeah.
6 Hour 40 caliber.
Nick covered his
More than one.
his bases. He asked every cop in trial because they already, I guess, anticipated pushback. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Chris and I first learned of that bullet, we assumed that a cop dropped it during the search. Like that was our initial go-to, because that's a standard bullet for them. And I don't know. But that is where some of this confusion came in, was you had the one found at the crime scene, and then you had this other round show up a couple days later. To us, and it might be more clear to her, but in our initial stages, to us, it was real confusing as to whether or not that was the same bullet or the same round. Fair, Chris?
And let's not forget that Rick's gun was loaded with an entirely different brand of bullets.
Oh, and
Oh,
let's
yeah,
not
that's
forget the one that was found in that little wooden hope chest or whatever you want to call it was literally untouched. It had never been in a clip or a what do you call them? Not clips. There's an actual term. It never been in a magazine.
In a chamber, yeah.
Or never been chambered. That bullet was
Yeah.
absolutely pristine.
And it wasn't the only bullet in that box, by the way. Just say it.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Well, that's my first time hearing that.
Yeah. Should I have said that out loud? Probably not.
Well,
But
maybe
it's
maybe
too
you
late.
should
I can't
elaborate.
take it back. Someone who very familiar with the home and the goings on in the home and the contents of that box
Oh, I
told me
see.
that there were other bullets in that box.
Well, very interesting.
That is interesting.
I've often wondered how closely any of those bullets matched that one on Tobe's desk during that James Renner interview.
Me too.
You know, Erica and I worked a case, a different case entirely. So just getting ahead of it before it gets misunderstood. But a sheriff's investigator had a pair of boots in his office from a homicide for years. Yep.
On the floor.
Good
On the
God.
Yep. Took them out of the evidence bag. He would take them out of the evidence bag anytime the press would come over, and he
Yep.
would show them off, sit them on top of the evidence bag and show them off. And we're sitting there watching, I think it was Investigation Discovery or something one day. I was like, holy shit, those aren't in the evidence bag. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've
7
seen
years
Pop
after
do
the
some
crime.
kooky shit.
Yeah, 7 years after the crime.
Wow.
Whatever. Yeah. They're not the brightest bulbs in the bunch.
You know, my point about the guns is one that's an extremely popular model of firearm.
Correct.
Lots of people carried it. Lots of people around that area carried it. The cops carried them. And then you've got a small area with limited places to even buy bullets. You know what I mean? So, like, I would think that there would be a lot of repetition with regard to brands and even like lot numbers. You know what I mean? I would think there can't be that many places to go and buy bullets. So, yeah,
And that location,
I've never believed that whole bullet thing.
that location is far too close to homes. Indiana, you have to be 500 yards from a structure in order to fire your weapon, any weapon. That trail is far too close to all the houses that are on that road. Even the crime scene is too close to Ron Logan's house to be fired. Why are all these bullets laying around in a rock? Like, most of the walls of that canyon are rock.
Oh, they don't care. They were hunting deer and shit back there,
Yeah.
and little animals and shit. And rabbits and shit. They were shooting back there all the time.
So dangerous. So the bullet shit makes no sense. The scales, like this department, the crime scene investigators were bad about using scales. They didn't use them for smear prints in the dirt. They didn't use them for the bullet, all of that. Well, if you have a photo and there is not something in the photo that is a predictable, consistent size, like a ruler or a pop can or a thumb, you know what I mean? Something that you can,
You got to be able to gauge
see,
the size
you can
of it.
recognize and realize what the size comparison would be. They didn't do that with the bullet. They didn't, they used a metal detector, which I'm not certain that I understand why the person doing the metal detecting never testified, but it is what it is. Like, if I worked for the government, I would be putting him out there first to prove how well they did their job, but they didn't. It's weird. So they had a guy out there metal detecting before the girls even left the scene. So did they find the bullet because it glinted? I suppose. But is it more likely that one of the metal detectors caught it? Yeah. But why not just say that? It's weird. The whole thing around the bullet is just weird.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, because Paige told us that he saw it glistening when he was taking the crime scene photos, and I just thought that was odd. If it was buried under the dirt,
you could, from the one that I saw, like, it had been probably stepped on, maybe. So the end of the bullet that has the numbers and the firing pin, that end you could see. So, like, this photo Prof's got up there right now, that's kind of how it would have been, only except surrounded by dirt. So in the photo that I saw, the leaves had obviously also been pushed away. Because let's not forget, it was February. There were leaves everywhere. They're in the woods. So it did look like a weird manufactured image. And if somebody set that whole thing up to take that picture, they did it the night that the girls were found, when they were processing that scene. I don't know how else to explain it, other than it was in amongst all the other stuff. So we also know that there was somebody in between the time of the murders and the time of Rick's arrest there was someone that had access to that house and could come and go without being seen or noticed, or like it was just an ordinary coming and going. So
Yeah, I had heard some of those things.
had there been someone in the house that dropped a bullet in that box? Maybe. I don't know. My brain only has room for evidence. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I have a hard enough time keeping the amount of information in my brain that's in my brain without investing too much in the extraneous stuff, because there's plenty of that in this case. But I don't know how that bullet got in that box. I just know it was there, and it was a different brand than what he loaded his guns with. Like I carry a 357 and a 44. So the brand of my 357 ammo is different than my 44, right? Well, and a 9mm. Anyway, let's not go there. I have weapons, but the brands are different. But never have I ever loaded a clip with two different kinds of ammunition. Because when you load your clip, I understand everybody doesn't handle guns. When you take your clip out and you feed the bullets into your clip, and then you put it back in the gun, you do all that with no bullet in the chamber. Because if you do all of that with a bullet in the chamber, you're likely to shoot yourself. That's how the oops, I was loading a gun and it went off bullshit happens. So no gun owner is going to replace their clip with a round in the chamber. They're just you would have to be a fool to do that. So how is it that Rick's gun is somehow all loaded with one brand of bullet, except for the one round that was in the chamber that he then allegedly dropped at the scene? It doesn't make any sense. And if you don't handle weapons very often, it can sound minor. But if you're somebody that carries a weapon and
Yeah, that's a big deal.
it's just nobody does that. That's just.
Well, speaking of, you know how Prof was talking about that this one bullet was numbered differently, 19, which refers to 2019. And that timing for me is everything in this. The movements, the structured movements, the shifts, and we've seen patterns. And I guess before I get into it, I need to know that if what we've seen about the tip narrative that was written by Kathy Shank, if it was, we've seen a date on it that tells us it was originally done in 2019. Is that real, or is that something else we've been led astray with?
So that's Shank was just a volunteer. So it depends. It depends on who you ask, because Kathy Shank is an enigma that was everybody and nobody all at the same time.
Yeah. She worked 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
Had detective, or what is it called? Investigator credentials.
Status.
And totally managed everything. Yeah, right.
Which then didn't match the way that they tracked her. So anyway, in most of the paper trail, Kathy Shank was just a volunteer. Except for she tries to make it sound like she came from the good of her heart to go down there, and Bleeding Heart Kathy Shank helped out. Well, what they forget is that Bleeding Heart Kathy Shank wasn't even living in Delphi when she came down to the office to volunteer. She was in Florida.
Florida.
She moved from Florida to take the job. Yeah.
Correct.
So
an allegedly volunteer job.
Wow.
Well, she even admits to that there was a news interview when she first came in.
Yep.
That dates way back. And she
Mhm.
said she had been in Florida
Mhm.
for several years, but this was important to her because she knew the family. And then she specifies it was Liberty's family that she knew.
Oh yeah.
The clip
Yeah.
she said she was on vacation and she came back as soon as she
Right?
Yeah,
Funny how
that
she-
was funny because the very first thing we did is I pulled a background and verified where USPS had her receiving mail, and that was
Mhm.
Florida.
But wasn't
So
she
we knew
entering
that.
tips into the Orion system?
Okay.
And don't you have to have a certain
Yes.
certification for that?
Yes
Correct.
and yes.
Yeah.
And we have signatures on tips entered by her. Yep.
And here's the thing.
Christina, what were we talking about the other day where you were mentioning that she brought her bestie in who she said she worked with at CPS, therefore she was what vetted or tell
Yeah.
that story please, because you tell it wonderfully.
Well, yeah, Kathy Shank said in her testimony that whenever she was asked who did this with her, this volunteering, she said it was another girl. She gave her name. I don't recall it. And then she said, a friend of mine. And whenever they asked her about these individuals, she gave both of their names and she immediately was like, and they're vetted, like we're vetted. And they pushed on that a little bit. And she, of course, clarified, like, well, I mean, we're technically not vetted. We just have known them we both worked at CPS. And I'm like, oh.
So because
Therefore,
she
they
was an
were vetted.
investigator at CPS, now she can be an investigator.
Now they get to
Mhm.
be handling evidence and tips and Orion and all.
Mhm.
Without being properly cleared.
So
Or at
the
least
way
what I was
that
saying.
Orion is supposed to work, Delphi got caught. So Orion is a way for the feds and local police to share information. So it's this database that both police departments have access to.
Mhm.
So the feds enter the reports on their end, the state can see it, state enters the reports, the feds can see it. So it's all there for transparency and ease of access, yada yada. What is supposed to happen is that at the end of a shift, an officer is supposed to enter a narrative of what they did that day. Just short,
Yep.
sweet, simple, to the point. The other thing that is supposed to be put in there is a general gist of any interview that law enforcement does. So let's say they interview Elvis Fields. You get a 2 or 3 synopsis of what this interview with Elvis Fields contained, right? So that goes into Orion and becomes a physical document. Those reports are supposed to be written either immediately after the interview or at the end of their 8-hour shift.
Yep.
When 70 days worth of interviews disappeared, local law enforcement said, well, we can't even come up with a list of who we would have interviewed in those 70 days. Had Orion been used appropriately, there would have already been a narrative for every one of the missing fucking interviews.
Correct.
So it should have been a no-brainer to look at the Orion reports that did not have a corresponding interview video.
Well, it even shows on that the paperwork that with the tip lead thing for Rick. It literally says on there that it was received by Jerry Holman.
Yep, and entered by Kathy Shank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and then I
Well,
think it was like Dan Doolittle.
remember the Reese Davis tip,
Mm-hmm.
okay, was assigned to, I want to say, Hammond, and then it was blah, blah, blah to Kathy Shank, and then Kathy Shank, blah, 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 covered and cleared. Not one follow-up. But that's how they got rid
Correct.
of Reese Davis.
Well, Orion makes it impossible for leads to get overlooked because it was made for cases like this one. Like the database tells you, you get an alert saying, hey, there's no follow-up on this. So you can almost print out a to-do list based on what's already been entered into Orion. For some reason, these whack guys at Central Command, they weren't using the database.
Correct.
So then we have Kathy Shank coming in months after the fact and entering reports that should have happened in the beginning. I will give you a classic example of how something got overlooked. At 2 a.m., Brad Weber's girlfriend heard something very heavy thump against the house.
I remember
She looked at the time because she thought, man, it's late, and looked at the clock. So right around 2 a.m., she claims to have heard this thump. So then she calls law enforcement later. She didn't right away. She calls law enforcement and they enter this tip. In the tip, they write the day that she heard this thump in error, and they used the day that she came forward and told what she heard.
Oh, they lied.
Correct.
And what's interesting about that was that thump on the house was essentially in the neighborhood of the minutes. Within there was a blood-curdling, deathly scream that's heard by several women.
Correct.
So thump on the house, blood-curdling scream as if someone's being murdered, heard by several witnesses. Nobody sees anything?
Isn't that the same time that Daryl Starrett said that the sheriff called him and told him to go back out to the bridge and look for the phone?
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Both Tobe and Starrett both said in the Down the Hill documentary, yes, that the phone pinged at 2:30 a.m. and they went back out to the south end of Monon High Bridge.
Except for that,
which is minutes after the scream and the thump.
Right.
Yeah. And what's interesting, I said this to New Day today. I said, go look at the footage from the news coverage of the search at 4:30 a.m. And there's all these guys with flashlights and fully geared out, which means they were there at midnight, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
They're not even on that report, though. Like, you
Jane
know, where
Haygood never left. He never
That means they never left. Yeah.
He continued to search all night long.
I would assume Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge did also, since they were interviewed at 4:30 in the morning.
You mean the one who said the victim? I mean,
yeah, the victims. The phones.
Yes.
Didn't the police be on the dispatch log though? Because they all showed that they left as far as that.
You mean the dispatch log that you saw that was leaked?
No, I got that one in the thing from the clerk.
So there are different dispatch logs. There's one from the local PD, there's one from the county sheriffs, there's one from the state police, and there's one from the FBI.
Oh, yeah.
It was the thump was on the Brad Weber house, right? Kay Weber house. And Kay Weber, wasn't it Kay Weber who said that she was the one who issued the complaint that there was a thump on her house that woke her up at that time?
I think Kay was out of town. I think it was the girlfriend.
Yeah.
I'm
the girlfriend.
Yeah. Okay. Who?
The one he married that's Westfield's relation.
Okay. Thump on the house. A woman calls in.
Correct. The girlfriend, Weber's girlfriend.
Okay. Weber's girlfriend calls in. Minutes later, blood-curdling screams. They dispatch Starrett to go back out.
Correct.
Suddenly, there's a news crew out there. Eric Williams is saying the victims.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry
they're
to be
lying and
obnoxious.
saying that they went back out because of a phone ping. The ping had been or the phone had been pinging all night long. They had GPS coordinates of the phone all night long. Just saying.
It pretty much stayed the same the whole time, didn't it? I know I didn't
Yeah.
see anything at 2:30, at least in the dispatch CAD thingy that came.
The CAD report that you saw. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So the CAD reports don't all match. Just throwing that out there.
Wow. Well, thank you for that little tidbit. That's
Yep. So they all use the CAD system, but they all differed a little. At least I know 2 of them differed some.
Well, I have put in a request for the dash cams and stuff for the vehicles. I haven't got a response still. I got where they receive the automated thing, but I've still never gotten anything back.
That'd be cool because we've never seen them.
Yeah, I've never seen them.
No. But
Delphi PD didn't use body cams yet.
Yeah, not body cam, just the dash
cam. But I
cam.
think they have I think they did have dash cams. I've never seen any.
They have dash cams.
So that would be cool.
Mics on them, it picks up still or whatever. But this is what I've noticed in Carroll County. They just ignore you.
Isn't that fun? Welcome to the world of a PI.
Yeah.
Every time you ask for something inconvenient, they just act like they didn't hear you.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I didn't actually request the dash cam yet. I put in a request for the log or the whatever of the vehicles with the dash cam with the numbers that were assigned to the officer. So I want to get down to just
so here's a document that will help you that I don't think was ever used in court, and it's their crime scene log. So they have a crime scene log that shows everybody from the minute it became a crime scene.
Right.
Everybody that comes and goes, name, phone number, address, and who they work for.
And the time or something.
I've never seen that.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying we didn't have it, but I've never seen it. And that would give you a lot of information.
So would that be from 2:13 on? I'm sorry, Erica. Would that be from 2:13 on? Okay, thank you.
I would back that up. So everybody's at 2:13, but Rick says that he left much earlier in the day. So I would start, if you're going to request things, I would start at, 11 in the morning.
Okay.
Because they conveniently narrowed the scope of things, and even some of the digital evidence, they didn't go early enough.
Yeah, by the way, where's all the Harvest Store video from that 24 to 48 hour period? Oh, that's right. Can't see it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the most frustrating things for me because it was mid-trial. Well, it was the 3rd week, I think, when we were sent out there. And we were sitting in court, and then all of a sudden we're told to go. No, it was from that meeting the night before at the condo. Okay, so we're all there. We have this meeting, and we're given an assignment the next morning to not go to court, to go to the Harvest Store and to count the number of video cameras on that building. And then to try to get access to that video footage if possible, which we knew we weren't going to get without them issuing a subpoena. That's when the woman told us that she had to call Nikki. The Harvest Store owner told us she had to call Nikki, and she wasn't talking to anybody or turning over anything to anyone unless Nikki told her it was okay to do so.
Erica, you know what bothers me with that video too? As if they didn't already have all of that footage. But the FBI, the documents about that one, did you ever hear how they calibrated this 54-minute discrepancy? Because all it says is there's a discrepancy, and it's I thought they had to have something that they calibrate it with,
Are you talking about the Hoosier Harbor Store video or the White Van video?
Harvest store.
Harvest store. Yeah, the
Okay,
harvest.
that's right. Because both of those videos had time discrepancies on them.
Yeah,
Right.
but they were the same. So that's how they were able to figure. So they connected it to that, and they connected it to digitals on people's cell phones and what time they drove through there.
Well, I
Yeah,
think some of the confusion might be coming in because recently another leakage that occurred told us that there was a FedEx driver or a UPS driver that made a delivery to the Hoosier Harbor store on the 13th, and that because those logs are their trucks are followed on with GPS, and that the times would be accurate, and it shows that person there at actually 6 minutes after the hour. He
That's interesting.
FedEx shows him there at 3 o'clock, but the clock on Hoosier Harvest Store camera shows him there at 3:06. So we've got a 54-minute discrepancy one way and a 6-minute discrepancy the other way. Is that our hour or?
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe. That's a lot.
Hey, I have a
I've
question
never
about
heard
that. Would that potentially be the same delivery driver who claims to have witnessed someone like Keegan Klein broken down on the side of the road?
Ooh.
Maybe that's where that tip is.
Okay, moving on. I wanted to
You know
add
what?
this. I wanted to.
Wait a minute, Prof, real
Okay.
quick.
Mhm.
So we talked about this the other night because as we were talking about this delivery driver, and we were actually talking about you pointing out that all we have are a bunch of snapshots in this case. And then New Day brought up the delivery driver and this whole discrepancy thing. And a thought occurred to me. It's like there had to be, we wonder if there were other like possible delivery drivers because of the other businesses around that area. I mean, surely, I'm not seeing like a rush of them, like, like in a bigger city, but like, I wonder if that's not why it wound up being a bunch of snapshots, because most companies do have cameras and they do have GPS that logs when you arrive, how long you're there, and when you depart a location. So, you know what I mean? Were there other people that were doing their normal job that may have seen things? Yeah, it makes us wonder that.
There was a whole gun deal in the parking lot of the Hoosier Harvest store that day.
There was the exterminator too. Also, that's got verifiable times.
Yeah,
But,
and there was a whole gun deal. There were on camera. They've got a guy getting out of his truck with a
Black
gun.
truck into a silver Dodge and gets back into the black truck, and I will tell you with 100% of my gut, that is Joseph Bridge in that photo, and that is his Dodge. That
I
if
never
you bring
saw the photo.
if Prof brings those photos up of all those guys standing in front of their house there, that silver Dodge is sitting right behind them.
Ooh.
Yep.
And we pulled all the specs on it.
Looks to be a
good work.
To be like a Dodge Caliber. It also seems to match the interior of one of those proof of life photos.
That video of the photos of that gun deal were something that, I just read it and kept on trucking, because if you get hung up in every detail, you'll never get through the material.
I need to see that again, New Day, because I don't know if I have it at my fingertips, but I'd put it up. Okay.
That's interesting.
I want to, yeah.
Holy. See, when we sit down and we just chat about
because
whatever.
we were wondering if.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we identified that car And it was weird how it happened because it was like our first live on our channel. Like there were second, it was first or second, and because we were going through the bridges. And as we're sitting there looking at a picture, it's the motorcycle gang that Joseph belongs to, which is the Abalafia. And there's a picture of them all standing out in front of the Bridges house. And there's a silver car right there. And as I'm sitting there talking about this photograph, I'm like, that looks a lot like the silver car in what we call the creepy guy photo, which is the photo that she was talking about. And that same car is there. And so we looked up like all the specs on the car and looked at the interior of the car, and the headrests appear to match that of what year was that car?
I believe it's a 2007. I think it's a 2007.
Dodge Caliber.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting photograph.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull those up now, Prof, and send them to you. Give me just a few minutes here.
I thought something was weird when I mentioned this whole ass gun deal going on, because nobody's supposed to know about that. And I was like, how in the hell did you know? But yeah, it makes sense then.
Well, I didn't know it was a gun deal, but I know the story about the guy being on video and getting out of the truck,
with a gun,
heading towards the silver car, and then seeing the camera and jumping back into the truck.
Yep. But that same silver car is in front of the Bridges house. In the background of that picture. It's there.
Allegedly.
That's interesting.
Allegedly, but I mean it, you know. I would bet money on it. It looks
right.
The headlights and all match. Yeah.
I have a question that I want to pose to Eric and give her the opportunity to clear up, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Erica, you have mentioned when you went to the Harvest store, back to that story about I got to check with Nikki before I tell you anything. You mentioned counting the cameras, and you mentioned a large number of cameras. And my question to you is are you sure about that, or why, or how is your memory of that? Because when the receipts came out in Discovery of the number of cameras they attest to having on the building attesting to, they give the number of 4. So I believe you said before there were 8 or so.
9.
There were 9. So how do you rectify that you count 9, but they allege to have 4?
Because they alleged to have 4 in 2017, and I counted them in 2024.
So they've added cameras is your speculation here?
No, they added cameras was what I confirmed. So the owner of the Harvest store wouldn't talk to us, wasn't forthcoming, but there is a salon inside that, that location is now broken up. I don't know what it was, was eventually back then, but I know what I saw in 2024. And that was a salon and was it like a storage unit place, Chris? Yeah, storage unit. So we talked to 2 or 3 people inside that salon that day, a couple customers and then an employee. And we asked very pointed questions about were cameras added, and 2 or 3 of those cameras alone were on the salon side. And then there were some on the back. So one of the things that we did speculate was whether or not these yahoos bothered to count cameras on the back of the building, because you actually had to walk behind the building. You couldn't just stand there. You couldn't stand or park from one location and catch every camera. You actually had to physically move around the property. And I don't trust those guys to get out of their cars. and do that. But we were told that cameras were added as kind of like an extra security layer after everything that occurred.
That would make sense.
Yes. Yes. Vicarious Vigilante, a salon. It was weird, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah.
Weird. So
Very
weird.
weird.
Okay,
Yeah, it didn't
ACB has
belong
a
there at
question
all.
that I want to, I did put this up, now I've lost it. Let's see. This is a great question for you ladies since you are here. So I'm going to drop this question and maybe we'll start looking at more questions if they come up and are killer questions like this. But the question is the full Hoosier Harvestor video available in Discovery or was it just screenshots?
If it was, I never saw it. There were a lot of videos that we requested from the trial team that Matt never got to us.
Okay, and I'll answer because I don't know if Silenced has an answer, but the answer that I saw from Mullen was that he alleges that he went himself and took screenshots of the relevant vehicles and then showed them to the witnesses and allowed them to pick out their own vehicles or identify their own vehicles to pin down what vehicle belonged to who. And that would make me assume that no, there were not videos given over in Discovery, that it was just the screenshots he took and had vetted allegedly through the people who were assumed to have been driving them.
Jerry Holman said in his interview with Gray Hughes that they, according to him, they have all of that video.
All of that video? I bet it's destroyed now, or it
They
will be
might.
tonight.
I mean, they might.
Right.
I did also see on top of just the screenshots of the important vehicles from, from the court record, there was a whole list. It was probably, I don't know, I'm rough guessing here, about 50 different vehicle entries. So like this, it was a spreadsheet and it would say like white car at like 212 or whatever. And then as they identified it, they would put then a name to every vehicle. And they were showing that, or they were asking about those certain cars. They put up a roadblock on that road next to the crime scene, and they pulled over every car that came or went for a couple days.
They love doing some illegal shit off in Carroll County, don't they?
Wait, so,
yeah, well,
so you're saying, let's repeat that because it's important.
Mm-hmm.
You're
okay, so
saying that
they put up a roadblock in the area.
no. Hold on, I'm sorry. You're saying that there's a spreadsheet in Discovery that logs approximately maybe 50 vehicle entries and exits, and a large, they're all identified as to what type of vehicle or basic description, but all we saw was the handful that were pointed in Rick Allen's direction via the state's narrative. So I would wonder if there's, say, even if there's 50 entries and exits, that's at least 25 vehicles, because even if it gets coming and going, but it's probably even more because not all those vehicles are going to pass it twice.
Well, they narrowed some frame too, remember? They didn't really extend it out very far, did they, as far as what you guys saw in Discovery?
What do you mean they didn't extend it out very far?
Because they narrowed down the time frame of.
Yeah, they looked at very much too small of a timeline. In my personal opinion, I think that because they didn't know Rick existed yet, right? So they didn't know that a guy was going to come along later and say, well, yeah, I was there, but I was there a couple hours earlier. Like,
but they did know.
They should have anticipated that, because they didn't know that when you head into trial that, these guys are not smart. They don't handle homicides like this. But they should have anticipated that whoever their eventual suspect was going to be was going to claim time differences and whatnot. So they didn't look at things from earlier in the day. That's why Rick's car wasn't seen anywhere. Like they weren't looking for cars at the same time Rick
My,
was at the bridge.
my question for you, Christine, is can you give a rough what is your recollection of the rough time frame of this spreadsheet that they're logging these vehicle entries and exits?
Most of their stuff started around 1:00 ish.
Oh my word! Wow.
Very narrow.
And
And
that, Rick
some,
could have fit into
and
that.
then it stopped at like 5 or 6. They didn't continue looking at timelines the entire time the girls were out there.
Yeah, but if Rick
They
was in there
looked,
from like in Orion from like allegedly, according to what the documents we've seen from like 1:30 to or what 1:30 to 3:30, it seems like he would have just automatically been the first person they would have.
you would think. You would think.
Okay, great. I'm not
You
crazy
would think, yeah.
because it's like it just doesn't make sense because he was allegedly there during this time frame.
So if I was supposed, if my job was to make the cops look less stupid, I would say, well, he wasn't interviewed by an officer. He was interviewed by the DNR. And because he works for a different department, communication between the departments it was less than great. And so that's how we accidentally forgot that Rick was there from 11:30 to 1:30. I mean, if I was trying to defend the cops, that is what I would say.
Right. But he was there, right? I mean, it seems like he went through the whole process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another question in the chat I want to ask just for thoroughness on this harvester camera situation. We've all seen all of these ones that were admitted into evidence are all from a single camera, even though at a minimum there were 4. Have you guys seen in Discovery any other of the cameras, screenshots from or images from any of the other camera angles?
No.
Or is it just that one camera? Interesting.
I didn't even
No,
know that there
but-
were more than one camera.
Correct.
I have only
Like
ever heard mention of one.
Correct. Because of the way we got the Discovery, it was frustrating. We started with an 8 terabyte hard drive that was first copied over by Brad to Jason in the last week of January of 2024. Right, Chris? Yeah. No. Rick was arrested in 23 or 20?
22. Rick was arrested
22.
in 22.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Jason's would have been from 23.
Jason's would have been copied the last week of January 23. Jason then wasn't allowed to FedEx that hard drive to me until June, when our agency was finally approved. So from January to June, any new discovery was not on that 8 terabyte hard drive.
Correct.
So then we had to track Matt down with thousands of questions going, where's this video? Where's this video? Where's the bridge guy video? Where's this? Why is this random dead dude in our discovery? Does he have something to do with any of this? Like, we didn't know what the hell we were looking at for half of this. So then Matt came up with this system. He added, first it was adding the Dropbox, and he was sending us shit via Dropbox. Then it became a digital encrypted sync drive where he would upload stuff. So our discovery was coming to us in pieces. And sometimes there would be a gap of 6 or 8 months, and all of a sudden we'd get another data dump. You can think of our discovery coming to us like the Epstein files have been dropped to the public.
That shouldn't be allowed.
So fragmented.
Hey, Prof, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just sent you that picture that we were talking about. It's
Oh,
actually
thank you so much.
a
You know,
little
all my
collage of
devices
it.
are on mute, so I had no clue. Thanks for informing me. I'm going to pull it up. Hey, Erica, are you
You're welcome.
referring to the video in Discovery of some cops rolling a dead body over in a bed?
Well,
Yeah.
the picture I saw, well, maybe that's what Chris saw, but then there were two pictures. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm.
One was just a dead guy, and then cops were in the other one. But there was just this random redheaded dead dude, and we never found out who he was. We don't know.
That
No
was my
names,
next question, because
no
I
case
heard a
number,
rumor
no
on the
file
YouTube
number,
streets.
nothing.
Okay, I heard a rumor on the YouTube streets that this dead guy could be a very famous dead guy in this entire mythology.
That is how he appears to me.
And that would be someone that people are mentioning in the chat.
Correct.
Is that Blaine?
Looked like it to me.
Yeah, I'd heard for years that's who that was. A long time ago, I heard about
There's
that.
a guy that likes to scream and yell and say that I'm hurting his family and whatever every time I mention it. But yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
But
But we don't know. This is the YouTube streets speaking.
Well, I says I know who he was.
mhm.
I claims to know who he was.
Yeah.
I don't know who he was. I haven't seen it, but I would be curious. Who is this dead guy?
I know who he was.
His
Who
name
is
was
this dead
Blaine.
guy in the Delphi Discovery, and for what reason is he in the
Blaine-
Delphi Discovery?
Well,
Blaine.
Blaine Nelson first came on and did an interview with Sonny Justice, I believe,
Mhm.
when his father, was it his father or his uncle? When Karina McClurkin's Farmer, that was his name, Farmer. When Farmer was arrested, Blaine is a relative. I believe he's actually nephew, now that I think about it, of Flint Farmer. And he came on, he was very upset, saying that his uncle wasn't guilty. And then he came back on a day or two later, and I guess Farmer had confessed, because Blaine then continued to show up on Sonny's lives for a while. And then he had his own platform for a very short time. He was a recovering drug addict. And the story was that he overdosed and was found dead.
Oh. So
Maybe a
match
hot
the
shot.
local
Maybe that's a
wounds.
hot shot
Yes.
type of scenario is what I would
Yeah.
suppose based on the other rumors on the YouTube streets about other dead folks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And though
And
though
this-
Flint
this-
Farmer confessed, apparently, he still was acquitted. So
So I had never, again, Chris and I separated certain things. I had never heard Blaine Nelson's name until just a couple minutes ago. I just Googled his obituary, and I will support what Chris said. That's exactly who it looks like to me.
Mm-hmm. And I is correct. He was friends with Gabe Ellis.
Yes.
Just saying.
Correct. Yep. So,
I mean,
wow.
Hey.
Wow.
that's what our discovery was like. It's so many
Messy.
disjointed pieces of things, and the human memory is not perfect. So
well, sure, and they designed it that way to throw you guys off and to
Correct.
keep you. I mean, we all know that. I'm
correct.
just
Guys,
so
it
grateful to
would
finally
be
get to talk
like-
to you.
Yeah, it would be like we'd have a narrative, like a summary report, and then you'd expect the next 5 pages would actually be about that flipping interview, but they
No.
weren't. They were just
No.
random cover sheets. And Chris
Right.
would call me and say, okay, on, DIN number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, pages 1 and 2 belong to this file, but pages 3 through 7 actually belong to this file, this tip number. So we were having to organize it ourselves internally once we first got it. Oh, but then That was the other thing. You know, then the lawyers had to give back their discovery drive. And when Gull first fired them and they were in the appeals process, well, thank God we didn't send ours back. We just stopped using it, set it aside, shut it down. Like we shut it down and locked it back up and all that stuff and didn't touch it. But when the lawyers got their copies back, their copies then didn't even match our copies. It was even a worse disaster because during that,
Absolutely true. Let me stop you because I just want to chime in. Hold your thought, because they confirmed that in filings. And I've read through those on this channel. They absolutely did confirm that when they received it back, it was not in the same condition as when they turned it over. Things were missing.
Correct.
And things were moved.
You know who mentioned Discovery once, or maybe not just Discovery, but in a YouTube live, there was someone talking about how the state was sending stuff over in a mess, and then they backtracked. It was, I know I've told you about it, Prof. It was in a live stream of All Eyes talking about they send over stuff. It is like a huge mess, and then she like backtracked and was like, I'm sure it's a mess. I just thought that was interesting.
Erica,
I'm not supposed to know that, right?
Erica, would you continue where you were? And I do apologize for cutting you off, but I just wanted to verify your statement that even the defense placed it in filings that was the fact.
Oh yeah. I mean that was basically the end of my little rant. Yeah, that by the time when they got it back, because we tried to coordinate real closely with Matt as to when we moved something around and had a reason for that. So when they got it back, he was calling us. Do you remember that, Chris? He was calling us and saying, I've lost this picture. I've lost this file. I've lost this, because we had moved it to this, or it was originally here. So we had that original, and then we were having to send stuff back over because they couldn't even find what they had already read. It slowed the process down so badly, you guys. Like, I get so angry when people will say, well, why didn't Chris and Erica do this and this and this and this and this? First of all, we didn't have time. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. They don't know what they don't know.
Erica, anybody in the real world knows that, honestly. Anybody does. The people giving you a hard time, yeah. Anybody else knows better, because you guys, we all know what you were up against. You know what I mean?
Dude, we busted our asses.
And
something
we else that is something I don't think the public realizes about files, especially in a case that involves the FBI, is that there are redactions. So lawyers and their team, so like investigators and whatever, we are allowed to have unredacted files because there are laws that would throw us in jail if we share files that we shouldn't be sharing, right? Yep. So we would get these files and we'd be reading through a 50,000 page file, and I'm not exaggerating. And then you would get a chunk of pages that are just black, page after page after page after page, that like are the just Epstein files. Solid black the whole damn page. So, having to weave through those redactions is hard, because you can then, when you go back and look at other things, you can kind of tie people in to connect to that redaction, but they make it intentionally frustrating. Like, there was one page I remember looking at, and they had redacted every time it said the word the, THE, and it would be black redactions over just that word the whole way through a document. That's intentional. Like, that is intentionally done to make that document hard to read and understand, because you're having to weed through all of these redactions. So, so, they talked about confidential sources, but they would redact the name of the source. Well, then the attorneys were then not able to just say, we want everything that you have on this subject or that subject. You had to psychically know what they had redacted to prove that the redacted information is important to you.
And why do you suppose they would do that, though? I mean, that's a lot of man hours and time they should be putting into getting to the bottom of the truth rather than making it hard for anyone to.
Because you have 30 or 40 men that are going home every night pumping their chest because they caught the Delphi killer. We're public enemy number one. In the eyes of law enforcement and prosecutors, even, there is automatically a judgment, a value judgment placed on you when you work defense type work, because you're the person trying to let a child killer go free in their
opinions
mind.
and their minds,
That's what
right?
they are thinking. You are their enemy. And so any game that they can play to frustrate you or throw you off track, they're going to do. How do I know this? Because I used to be young and temperamental, and I used to work on the side of throwing kid killers in jail. So I understand that mentality because I did it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see how that would how a person would do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what defense investigators and the defense team do. They're trying to finding any things, and basically it's going to be it could undo this huge arrest for them, which this kind of seals the deal for these people. This is their big huge thing, and it kind of validates half of a decade of public promises.
Yeah.
So, of course they're not going to want you to disprove anything.
They want to celebrate the win.
Also there are elected positions at stake, so they need political wins. They need big wins to solidify the office the next election.
That is why there's so much narrative control and narrative management with this case, literally just everywhere. Because if this were to be undone, or Rick's something disproves this, it undoes everything that they tried to put a lid on.
Sure does.
Well, and not just this case. When it is finally understood, and it's going to be, I'm telling you, those oral arguments, I'm so stoked, because those being televised will change everything. Imagine the entire court TV audience, the law and crime audience, every one of these true crime junkies who isn't obsessed with this case yet is going to see those oral arguments, because they're going to be aired on those networks, I'm sure, or telecast, And all these people are now going to see that what we've been saying as a collective is the truth.
Yeah, I can't wait till that.
It's not going to be hidden anymore. So they're running out of time, and I'm just so stoked because we're so close.
Yeah, Erica, there's been an influx of people coming into the community already. Just especially since the Vinnie Politan thing.
I'm telling you guys, I did an interview last week that is going to shake some shit, and it hasn't aired yet. But I'm telling you, this is out of left field. When I called Chris and Prof,
don't make me hit the mute button, Erica. Damn it!
I didn't say anything beyond that.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you guys right now, this shit's about to be as mainstream as it gets. People aren't buying it anymore. The oral arguments thing is opening people's eyes.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what New Day's saying basically, is that you're reaching a lot of people, and with that interview, with the interview that you, I guess, can't speak of right now, it's awesome. And this is what this case needs.
Hmm.
And I know for one, I'm thankful. I know plenty of these people here are thankful for that, because you got a lot of attention off that. What is it already over at like 250,000?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we've got 5 to 10 times the audience on this next one.
Yay.
Just saying.
Way to go,
Uh-huh.
girl.
So yeah, I mean, I said, this is where Prof can go back to the beginning and start looking at things with a fresh set of eyes, and we can all do that as a collective. I told you that media blitz was coming, and once those oral arguments came, got on the calendar, that was that. Now
Mhm.
it's time to bury Jerry. I mean,
This is where the rubber meets the road. Let's take pork chop down.
exactly.
I love it.
It's time, to strip him of his badge, because I'm done.
I was
It-
talking to Prof earlier this week, and what I told him is that Erica and I and everyone, all of you too, what we're missing from this case is that sense of feel good, that sense of victories, of being able to celebrate what we find or what we know or what we figure out, because it is so complicated and it is so muddled, that when we do find the big wins, you're almost reluctant to say, I found a big win, or hey, this is a big win. We all have to sit back and say, well, we'll see how it shakes out. In other cases, when we nail down a piece of evidence that we know for sure is a big deal, we can say that. But with this one, it's just like we've all kind of been trained into this. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because there's so much misinformation and stuff that floats around, that this case is losing that feel good factor. And I think that once oral arguments are over, and during a potential new trial or post conviction, that is when we're all going to get to have those happy, good days again. And this will be more of work we do because we enjoy it than work we do because we fear the outcome if we don't.
Oh, I agree with you on that, fearing the outcome. Yeah, because this is, to me, a lot of the things. I'm shocked that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens a lot of times, but it just seems like, in their words, like the totality of things that occurred in this case, just in total, it's shocking.
Yeah.
But Christine, you talked about like the patterns of the things that you've seen in this case that are not like most of the cases you've worked on.
Mm-hmm.
Does being able to see that in Delphi, are you able to see that as well in some of the other cases that you're now finding are connected?
Yeah.
Part of the tentacles? I mean,
Yeah.
does that give you a clue as to which ones are and which ones aren't by the way it's handled?
Yeah, there's a pattern of bad behavior amongst law enforcement in Indiana.
Is there a way to report that?
There is. Those reports have been made, but man, it takes them a very long time to do something about it.
And I mean viewers, like other, supporters. Is there a way for them to report things that?
Yeah, the Attorney General's office is a good one.
Office of Inspector General. Office of Inspector General's primary one.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And then IDOC.
And who?
IDOC.
Indiana Department of Corrections.
Mm-hmm. So,
Really?
because some of the officers that we have working are now or were connected with the prison.
Okay.
Yeah, they were COs.
Yeah. So when you come upon some piece of evidence, what we have found the most effective is to figure out which department supervises that person now, like is actually in control, and call them. Because calling the ISP to tell them that their officer made a mistake, pointless.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, ISP
Yeah.
answers to Inspector General, if I
Mm-hmm.
remember correctly, and I guess IDOC is for
Mm-hmm.
corrections officers and such. Is that
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just hoping
So in
more people.
Indiana, some of the sheriffs work in the jail.
Okay, good. I want more and more people to know where they can report things to.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people just feel like they see this stuff and they're like, is there not anything we can do? Like, why is nothing happening? So I really I hope that people understand like that it depends on the public
Yeah.
speaking out, reporting things, actually doing things. Um,
It's really difficult to
mhm,
file complaints against officers and have those followed up on because
right.
every criminal ever that's been arrested has blamed a corrupt cop. So we're just another one of those 10,000 voices that's saying, hey, something's wrong here.
Well,
But for
I would
us,
think with
something really is wrong.
I would think with the power that a sheriff has, it would make it even more difficult because there's not that accountability there.
Correct? Those departments all blame each other. The marathon video that everybody rumbles about, there really is weirdness with that video
Yep, it is.
because the
Mhm.
state says the FBI lost it. The FBI says that the data is corrupt, so it's just not viewable. I've seen it logged in 2 different locations. So God only knows which one's telling the truth. But
So
those
there weren't.
departments will throw each other under the bus any chance they can get.
Yeah, that's true. That's the easy way to. We've already experienced that too. So
Mm-hmm. The
okay.
feds aren't used to being
Not to mention
shipped
that
out
we
of
can't
town.
ask Amber Bowles what was on the
Mhm.
tape either.
Right?
Are there not protocols and things like this for like evidence storage? Like, do these play?
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why they don't have to answer to anybody. It seems over not properly. I don't know, making copies and then fiddle fucking around with a what is it, a hard drive instead of going and making a copy of it like Mullen
Yeah.
claimed happened. Things like that.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that kind of, you're always going to have some lost evidence in a murder trial.
Right. I get that for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't,
It happens. I get
that's not surprising because it does happen, especially when you have something where the jurisdictional control is confusing. Because in Delphi, first we had the ISP, then we had the FBI, and then it went back to the
And then,
ISP.
and Tobe loved saying that he was technically the lead, even though he wasn't.
Yeah,
Did
no.
you catch that with him?
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
they told us all along that Carroll County took the lead and
Right.
that ISP said that they would, but Carroll County opted to take the lead as long as ISP wouldn't leave them.
I think
Well,
that
then
was
all the fucking errors, I guess we can now blame Carroll County because they were grievous.
right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be volunteering to take responsibility for that case because it is a hot mess.
Well,
But
Tobe
yeah, I mean,
knows.
it's normal for some stuff to disappear, but evidence doesn't usually appear out of nowhere. That's what's bizarre.
Well, if they already knew they had an issue with the recording device, because we have 2 different segments of missing interviews.
Correct. How does the second happen after you've done the first one?
And it shouldn't, according to one of Oh Hey Christina's latest videos and the way
They had it from 3 different locations where they said they had all these chunks of recorded interviews. Just come, what did they say? They a thing on the news that said it was like the player thing or whatever it's called may have been unplugged. They're just the most absurd excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things I noticed was, why did they only have 1 camera? Because standard protocol when you're interrogating a subject is 2 cameras.
Yes.
So that was the first problem I had. That was my training 101. You always have 2 different types of cameras if you're interrogating someone. So if I'm following someone into a grocery store to go covert, I've got a covert camera on my person and a cell phone going, recording. Why? Because if one of those fails, I'm guaranteed to have a backup.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I know more as a 9-year PI than they do as a 24-year veteran of ISP? Like, that's scary.
Well, whenever
No,
departments claim
vicarious,
incompetence,
sorry. We weren't given access to that device to look at it. Great question, though.
oh yeah, no, this
Sorry.
just happened with too many locations. I think there were 3. And then this is where like the accumulation of like 70 or 77 days or roughly that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse for that. It means there's errors happening in multiple places. And like you said, if they're at the Delphi PD and they have one interview room going, what the hell is going on whenever they have hundreds or what do they say, thousands or something of interviews in those first few days, early days, month?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the hell? I mean, that makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. And where'd the narratives go? Rewriting over the hard drive? If
Right.
we want to take them at face value, sure. I suppose that could happen. But then where'd the narratives go?
Well, you know how it wouldn't happen is if they did what they're supposed to, which is immediately make a copy of it with it. Make a copy of the hard drive when it's done.
Uh-huh.
Then dilly-dallying around with it, cramming it back into the recorder, however that works.
Exactly.
Well, that's standard protocol, and they just didn't follow it in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-mm.
Exactly. It's absurd the way that they expect people to just accept the incompetence, or what they claim is like, well, I don't know what happened. It was like, darn.
We did the best we could.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, my whole thing is part of the psyop or the spin here is incompetence, because I don't necessarily believe this is all incompetence. What's the first thing you would do if you're doing things in bad faith? You would say, "Oh, I don't know. We're just a small department. We were overwhelmed, and we don't know how to operate these machines and take these tips and copy documents." And so, to me, that's the bullshit layer, because you got a couple dumb mistakes, as in every department. I mean, how many small towns exist in the U.S. and for that fact in Mexico and in the world? But how many times do you see something like this? So for me, it's the excuse making.
Well, Holman was leading them all up, and he is a seasoned ISP detective. So
allegedly, hypothetically.
Yeah, I know.
ISP had no problem awarding him with that commendation award, as like they're trying to convince the public.
Here's the thing.
That's what they're trying to do.
Right.
Here's the thing about good old Jer Bear, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually capable of solid work. I know nobody's going to believe it, but
I wouldn't deny that.
He can. He actually can do solid work. I read the case file of another case that his department was in charge of. So I've seen his other work. The dude's actually capable.
Right. I mean, I believe
so
that.
Why didn't he hear? That's what I mean. Like, I'm not defending him, but if he knows better, then why didn't he do better?
I don't think that's defending him. I think that, I don't know who said it earlier. It's just a known statement. Like, there can be two things at once. Like, he could have had one good investigation or tons. It's like, it doesn't mean that he's always perfect.
I think the ambition to score this win overrode any sense of normality, or integrity, and fucking general human decency that he had.
Well, he claims that Melissa Oberg told him it was like a 98% chance or 98% accuracy of that bullet. So, I mean, he very well may have really been just so stupid and thought that this was the truth, but it doesn't matter.
Let's see if she's willing to say that a second time.
Well, she didn't. In her transcript, or her deposition, she says, "Oh, no, I would never say that." But when they put on it, she said, "What I told them was that a paternity test is within 0.2% accuracy or error or something. Error, I think." And she's like, and that's exactly what we are, which is total BS. We know that much with this scientific alleged stuff with her bullet evidence. But yeah, that's what she said. She's like, I didn't say it was 98%. I just said it's within a 2% error rate or 0.2% or some BS.
The actual word, Christina, is scientifical.
Scientifical. Yeah.
This is realistic.
This is realistic.
Uh-huh.
I love making fun of him. I can't help it. I just
Right. All right, guys.
Homework
Don't
is decent
hold it
elsewhere,
against me,
too.
but whoops, sorry, Chris. Prof,
Sorry.
I gotta get off the phone here. I am a very early riser, so for me, this is almost like 24 hours awake. So
talk to you, Erica.
Good night.
yeah,
Thank you.
you guys call
Erica.
me anytime.
Nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yep,
and good night.
And yes, enjoy. Bye.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
And honestly, ladies, let's maybe take a couple more questions and get out of here ourselves. We can do this again, and I
Sounds
would love
good.
to. I think
would
we need
love
another segment because I said to
Hey, Prof, are you able?
uh-oh.
We
Artist.
lost your artist.
We
Go
don't-
ahead, artist.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you able to pull that photo up real quick?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can save that for next time and talk about it. That's why I haven't brought it yet. But thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, thank you. Apologize for that. There's reasons, but what was I getting at? No, I said to someone earlier that I think that these conversations that we've been having behind the scenes for years, I think it's time that we have them publicly. This was why I wanted to do a conversation openly like this, because so often we've been sharing these ideas with each other privately, and I feel that the listeners could gain a lot from just listening in on some of these conversations, because this is literally how we communicate behind the scenes. And
Prof, like I think all of our kind of, how we all have our own little niche. Like
good point. Yeah.
I think it's really good too, because it helps make a lot of things make sense that maybe I don't know of this little angle here. And then it's like when you put your heads together, it's a lot of stuff starts to make sense.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of clarification just from us talking tonight about some things. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it's very true. And I want to say this to everyone in the community, not just us here on the panel, but truly, we each have our own talents, insights, interest, and angles. And several of you in the chat who I regularly speak to on an ongoing basis. I mean, literally, I learn so much with every conversation. And I believe that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And truly, this will never be a solo effort. This is so complex and confusing and so many tentacles that it's only a community effort will ever get anywhere near to some clarity on this. And so
this is the only way to hold like law enforcement accountable too, because I feel like they do want the conversation online stopped. And
they've tried hard.
Yeah. Well, that was the whole reason Artist and I started our combined channel, and we named it the Unified Demand. It's an invitation to everyone out there that is really seeking the truth in this. So I think this has been fantastic. I just appreciate each and every one of you.
That's why my name for my channel is Silenced.
Right.
It's because of that. First, it was the gag order that we suffered under. And then it was the pressure of NDAs. And then it was pressure from attorneys that had nothing to do with me or the case even. Like, so feeling that constant pressure to don't ask, don't tell, before you say something, you better make sure you're right. Because the standards are a little different for Erica and I. We must be perfect at all times. And we
Right.
must only say things that are correct. We can't ever learn and grow and make mistakes like normal human beings. We must
Well,
be on point all the time. That shit makes you crazy and you
well,
end up feeling silence.
that's what
Because
people
there were
gotta
months, if you all recur,
right.
that I didn't say anything
Hmm.
because my brain was overwhelmed and my heart was broken. And between the two of those, you can't do good work. So, like, I took time off, and I don't know that anybody even realized I was gone, but I just but I carried on in inboxes. Prof and I still talked every day. Eric and I still talk every day. Like, the work is still getting done, but now I feel like I've gained the confidence to move more slowly and intentionally.
Well, you guys are appreciated. Just because a handful of people don't. We all know better, and
Yeah. It's
yeah,
just out of ignorance. I don't
yeah,
ever really I don't
right.
like to think of people as bad people because I don't think anybody, well, there are some, but I
Yeah, I
think
was going to
for the
correct that.
most part, people just misunderstand like what our job even is.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
and how we do it and what kind of control we had, which was zero.
right.
So, I mean, I think some of it is just people who are also looking for answers. Just if you don't know the behind the scenes process, you're never going to understand, but nobody will ever understand if we don't tell them how it
Because
is.
now, I'll be honest. It feels like at times from hearing some of the stories from you guys, it almost feels like you guys were sent on a wild goose chase at times. And
Yep.
We were.
you think so?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I
I'm not.
think they were.
Will tell you they absolutely were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good, because I'm not the only person feeling that way. Because I'm like,
Uh-uh.
what the hell, like,
Yeah.
and then no, I think I get it. I mean, I've never been an investigator or whatever, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Mistakes happen, like with police. With you guys do things, you don't have access to everything. We all know you did
Hmm.
a good job.
Right.
Christine,
Hey,
could I?
they are not McClellan and Holman and you know what I mean? Like that's who we need to be looking at is
Yep.
Carroll County
Uh-huh.
Unified Command and the prosecutor's office.
And there's a concerted effort to keep us from talking about them.
Oh yeah, I have people threatening me every goddamn day saying, "Hey, I have a screenshot of you saying this or that.
Right?
You better watch your shit." Whatever.
That's
My response has always been, "Okay."
Yep. That's what I told Prof today. No response is a response,
Uh-huh.
and it's louder than screaming at somebody, in my
Exactly.
opinion. Just
Mhm. So
I
I
love
don't
y'all.
I don't even watch like the critical stuff. I don't even watch it.
Yeah, I don't either. That's hilarious.
I'll get texts sometimes where people would be like, "Oh my god, so and so said this or that," and I'm like, "Okay, whatever."
yep, yep.
Because if you're not feeding, financing, or the other F word, me, then you
Yeah.
don't get a say over how my life goes.
Well, I have the mindset where I know, like, I don't know what other people are saying, thinking, doing, when I'm not around, when I don't have access to something. So it's like I
Correct.
know anyway. So it doesn't affect me. So it literally doesn't affect me now.
Yeah.
It just makes me dig in deeper to what I've been investigating and talking about because it's
Mm-hmm.
confirmation to me that I'm hitting them where it hurts.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
So,
And
Particularly,
when I say
Mhm.
something's known or it's a fact or whatever, it's only because of what the evidence that I've seen. So a lot of times I'm not even giving my opinion. I'm just trying to share what's in evidence, and you know, we all get to decide whether we want to believe law enforcement or not. And for the most part, don't.
Well, I think they showed themselves.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I love to compare. I would absolutely love to do that.
Uh huh.
Just compare the stuff because they kind of shoot themselves in the foot, and
Uh huh.
and I love nothing more than that. And I'm going to continue on that path for now. Because that seems to have really gotten some people moving and shaking, you know what I mean? And it's like
Right.
I think it stems from the police. So I'm not gonna stop because I think that there's clearly something that they want silenced.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs on the line, and there's some prison sentences on the line. Like there are very real consequences for bad behavior.
well, I think that's why Prof is targeted some, and I'm really thankful for you guys, um, because it seems like people, I don't know, want to get through to
Hmm.
Prof to I don't know, quieten him down. But I love it. I love that has people stirred. I think it's
Hmm.
great. So I'm proud of you guys. So
Yeah, Prof's taken a lot of hits he didn't deserve.
right, I agree.
Like people go at him in just nasty ways. For what?
He gets drug into shit that has nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Like for what? Like my question is always, what did he actually do to you?
He's a
I'm-
scapegoat
Nothing.
now. Yeah, I mean, right. I haven't done anything to a lot of these people, but
Yeah.
it's but I think that goes to show that there's a lot that they want. They don't want it out there. They don't want it discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Well, listen, guys, I'm going to cut out because I have to get up early too. Thank you so much, Prof. Artist, Christine, Christina, and
I'm happy.
Erica. This was a blast. I really enjoyed it.
I
I love
agree.
you, Day.
I liked it too.
Thank you.
It was awesome.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Day.
Bye bye.
New day.
Night,
Good
girl.
night.
All right, down to 4.
Right?
Well, what's on your mind, artist? You're quiet. You're a little quiet.
I just, I like to listen.
I know.
I get into deep thoughts when I listen. So, and then, it makes my mind work. And, I've told Christina a million times and New Day that, I have this library of stuff. After a while, somebody will do something or say something, or I'll see something and it'll open up the library. So I have like this endless library of things. Yeah. So, I mean, I have, oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, truly, I'm. It's not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. Every time I talk with you ladies, I learn something new and important, and it's been every time,
Mm-hmm.
and that's amazing. Like the fact that being as deep in as I am, that still I constantly learn from everybody, and no, truly, this is why I thought like we should do this, and we should do this more often, because as people listen, they're going to form neural connections and ideas similarly sympathetically with us, because they'll hear us reasoning out and debating and sharing ideas, and it'll spark something in them, and then they'll be in the chat, and then they'll call me or email me or come in the comments, and then the next thing you know, we'll have more whistleblowers come forward, and we'll find more things to go dig into, and it's just been like an avalanche the past several months.
It
And
has for us too. Yeah. It's like
and I've seen that.
we call it like the hand of God stuff. It's just like, because I mean, for me, it's not just about this crime. It's about all the other things. I mean, there's some serious stuff going on, and you know how much we care about the other suspicious deaths in this case too. Stephanie and Maya, one of them, Ferenczi. We care about what's happened to Todd Click, which is complete bullshit, and we care, a lot. I mean, we find the death of Judge Mommer very suspicious. We always have. I mean, our point is, what judge goes home on a Monday night and works on his car? I mean, come on. I mean, just a lot of things. Exactly. No judge ever, because that's like the busiest day of trial is Monday. Why would, I mean, there's just a lot of things. And then there's a lot of connections. I mean, there's I'm looking into several other connections right now. Like, why is J. Kyle Keener's mother's maiden name Meehan?
Right?
Oh, wow.
Shit like that. I mean, why does it appear that Kathy Shank is related to McClellan's?
Wow.
Why were there two people that live in Northwest Indiana in Evansdale at the time that those girls were murdered?
That's wild.
Yes, I know. And we spent a lot of time. I mean, that wasn't easy either. Like, we spent a lot of time trying to track that down once we heard that. And yeah, I mean, that's for real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't ignore, even though it's a small town, there's a lot of strange things. We spent a lot of time last night. We get on these thoughts and we'll like go and like in a frenzy, like both of us last night. We're like going back and forth about the grants and the different things like that. That town has received. I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, for us, it's not just about this. I mean, there's so many people involved in dirty crap and part of this cover up. And our feeling is that this started as something and snowballed into a lot of other things.
Yeah, of course.
And they never expected it. I really don't think that they did.
Hey, I wonder whenever you're talking about the grants and things like that, with what Prof had posted recently with that, what is it called? Is it Elevatus or I don't know how you say that. I still haven't got it down, but that architecture place?
Oh, that Elevatus.
Elevatus. Okay. I wonder if there's like, grants and stuff. They get stuff like that too a lot of times. That's probably separate.
Yeah, they do. Isn't it?
But yeah.
My whole feeling is this is like money. This I mean, I hate to say it.
Yeah.
It all goes back to money. This is big money.
Yeah.
Flowing. It's like a river of money. And everyone's dipping into it, and they're willing to work together because no one wants that money train to stop.
Well, these companies that do the bids for these, the construction companies, likely, there's probably connections through all of that. And I know, like, we were talking recently when Prof mentioned that post to me, wasn't the timing of it kind of, it could just be convenient timing, but it is really, really interesting, the timing of all of those moves. And what's her name? Deanna Dwinger. Her coming into that stuff, and then
well, not only that, but you finally had Stacey Diener winning an election, and you had there's a lot of weird things. Like, something else we've noticed too is how there seems to be a lot of use of people who have like sort of mental deficincies that are being used as pawns.
Oh yeah, that was in the transcripts too. Yeah,
there's an awful lot of kidney giving stuff. I mean, it's weird. Like, there's just all this weird crap. Oh yeah, like the guy that was catfished down from Chicago, and murdered by God, I can't think of her name right now. Galen's neighbor. I can't remember her last name now, but I mean, he was all of that. I mean, there's that. Adam Bridge gave a kidney. I mean, there's all these kidney things. It's like, what is going? I mean, it's just weird crap. And it's like, what is going on? I mean, how many people?
They say that Mexico is the place where you wake up in a bathtub of ice with a missing kidney.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, what if there's, on the kidney thing, what if there's some underground like bribery thing where it's like, yo, I'll put up 25,000 or 50,000 for a kidney, just if I can get a donor.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just looking at money. I
think that's what Artist was kind of leaning toward with, like, maybe like
the cartel.
Like more like delayed, or maybe if somebody's not they're intelligent. I can't think of the word on the spot right. But like if there's some sort of
developmental delay,
Developmental delay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know that word. But like of people, of individuals like that who could be being taken advantage of, possibly. I think, is that what you were kind of meaning, Artist?
Yeah, because it's present with Elvis Fields. It's present in that case with the gentleman from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
The girl they used and groomed to catfish him down there has those issues. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
That's
just
typically who'd you use, you know, like for a runner or a gopher
Yeah.
or a
Mhm.
pawn.
Wasn't Bridge one of them too?
I mean, I
looks like
wonder
it.
about, I wonder exactly. And that's what I was saying. I mean, there's something with him. That's why I kind of question whether he's a guy capable of doing all the things he was accused of doing, or if this is somebody else. And plus, I mean, you know, he
Hagen was
doesn't look,
also
like
low
I said, like the
IQ.
lead. There you go. And then, like New Day's putting him up here, but Scott Ayers, Dennis Bridge, Ned, that Ned guy,
Ned Abrams.
they
I'm
all,
telling you, you all,
yeah,
not you
they're
all,
all
but
doing
like
kidney things.
Well,
people
yeah,
in general give
that's what-
Ned Abrams a pass, and I don't know that he's deserving of.
right. Well, that's what they were saying in those transcripts from what's her name? What's the guy? Johnny Messer. It was his
Rod
wife.
Abrams, you mean?
Him too.
Well, Johnny Messer's wife or girlfriend or her ex, I think it was his baby mama. She was saying that they use people even in that.
Mhm.
So it makes you wonder what that consists of.
Johnny Messer, Gabe Ellis, and Rod Abrams are three men that I would not give up on looking at them yet.
Interesting.
I'm not giving up at looking at none of them.
Right?
Yeah, none of them. Like I said, we're going back to day one,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to start rolling through the screenshots.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's how
'cause
we
there's-
feel about it too, because the fact is that this like never started like it should have been. And I mean, there are very suspicious movements at least a week prior to the murders. And so we're like, okay, nobody should be given a pass here. I mean, there are some very suspicious things that even occurred with the family.
Oh, speaking.
I mean, I can't unsee that damn bedroom. I mean, I don't care what you tell me. It's weird. Okay. There's things that happen. Something happened in there.
We've seen that in
Something
another
happened.
case,
It
but in the
happened.
other case that we saw it in, it was a girl that was murdered in her bedroom. So, you know, there's that.
I mean, this happens all over the United States.
Well,
It's like possible. Yeah, exactly. And well, that's one of the things like she's talking about, like the artist mentioned the how like the patty house. And I wanted to ask, this may be something that you cannot speak on, and obviously
I'll try.
So one of the things that really I can't forget it, and I can't just not think about it. And it's reading the transcripts and seeing that Anna Williams had a boyfriend at the time, and it's like he's literally never been mentioned, and I don't understand that, because typically a boyfriend, a partner who is acting, you would think in a father figure type role, possibly. Where did that guy go? Who is he? Why has he never been spoke of? Like, I think she said he was investigated, but it's like he's never been spoke of. I don't know why. You may not be able
So, Anna, I'm trying to find the right words.
You don't have to answer if it's
Anna Williams at no point exhibited sketchiness.
I don't think she does necessarily. I just think it's interesting that a boyfriend.
But that's, I think, why she was most left alone. I think that looking at the crime scene, looking at the girls, you can see very clearly who was the target and who was the innocent bystander. Like, you can tell that Libby was the target. And I think that's why we saw different levels of investigation among the families.
Okay. Well, she said in the transcript that he was investigated and stuff, but I just
Yeah, Anna was even within minutes. I don't even think it took her an hour to come forward with some information. Like Anna was very much kind of an open book in the beginning about this is who the girls know, this is who they're talking to, this is what they've been doing. Like she knew she knew a lot about her daughter and what her daughter's life was like. And so I think that once they kind of figured out that, okay, the Williams family, there's nothing to see there, that they just kind of kept moving.
Well, yeah, I don't know that they are necessarily suspicious. I guess I just thought, like, I was like, that's
Well,
so
I'll
weird.
say this because I do have an opinion on this, which is for me, it's like that's all fine and dandy before all of this. But I think my feeling is that at this point in time, seeing what was so obvious to be seen throughout all of this, you know, I would doubt that all of the parents would not have a understanding that this is not right and that I question how could they look the other way through all of this and how could they really feel that justice has been served for their children?
Well, Prof, that's sort of like what we were talking about on Unified Demands channel recently, and I think that's why New Day has brought up this parallel investigation, and that's one of my theory, or part of like my theory, because like I said, it's always evolving, and I've wondered if they're not sort of kind of silenced in a way because what if there is this parallel investigation that they literally can't talk about? I don't know. That's just my
Yeah, it
guess.
could be. It's all speculation. I
Because
mean,
why else would?
I'd like to know what if because if I would say it this way, Christina, if there's not a parallel or another investigation tied to this, then we really got a problem on our hands.
But even if there is, I have a major issue with that. Like, I have a major issue with that. And I know the way that the feds operate, it's sort of like they have this potentially this larger investigation that now takes priority. But I don't like that because that means keeping things from the
Yeah,
public.
but why would the feds let the locals do that? It does not make sense to me
They
that
don't
the
have
feds would
jurisdiction.
allow the locals to do this because in my opinion the locals are doing this. The feds have not done this. The
I
locals
agree.
have done this.
You're right. But the thing is
Why would the feds overlook that and just allow it?
they don't step on their toes. They don't have jurisdiction. So
No,
they
they just went and arrest the
No.
whole police
well, they
department.
can't.
Yeah,
No,
they can
and
and they do.
Yeah, but when they see stuff like this, they don't go in and just take them out, right? Do they have to have them reported? How does that
No,
work?
they can. They can just go in and
Yeah.
they can
It's
just
just
show
I
up.
think where we're left here is it's absolutely perplexing
Mm-hmm.
how this can be so obvious and the entire family looks the other way. The feds are looking the other way. Other
And
LE in Indiana are basically looking the other way.
they all blame each other. Well, it wasn't us.
I
Somebody else.
mean,
Yes.
we kind of also, there's kind of also an assumption made about who Anna's talking to, what she has said so far, because she wasn't asked any of those questions in court, and she's not the kind of person to go talk about it online. There's a bit of assumption happening that it was missed or overlooked or whatever, because nobody really knows who all she's talking to, right?
Well,
I mean,
it was kind of weird though.
Well, we don't know how Anna or Carrie actually feel. But
Yeah, didn't
I
testify.
have suspicions.
Yeah.
I have, yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just one thought I have to your question. Why is everybody looking away? Why are law enforcement agencies looking away? Well, I think that's because in the process of this investigation, realizations came from all sides in law enforcement, federal included, that they have problems with some of the people in those particular organizations. Like we learned from the Ricos up north, if you listen to those wiretap transcripts, that I forget which gangster it was up there, but he said he had a Fed. They've been friends since they were boys. They were in each other's weddings. I mean, I think that this might be part of the problem. It's like if you're if you're investigating stuff and you find out all of a sudden that somebody's compromised and they're in the thick of that investigation, you got a problem. You got a real problem.
Everybody turns away from this case. They get
because I think that there's problems in all of those things.
If I knew back then what I know now, I would have never worked this case. I was only lukewarm in the beginning anyway. A headhunter came to us and hired us. It's not like a job that I applied for. This Delphi gig, it was somebody that came to me and said, I want to hire you and you.
So that's how Christine, like they get to this case and then they're like, what the hell? And
yeah. I would have never, I got asked to join some other high profile cases and I'm like, no, not after this. I will never.
Sergio. Like Sergio ran off. Like, I don't know what the hell happened to him. He watched like one interview with Doug Harder and he did that. That's what it seems like with.
Because it's a career ruiner. Look at what's happened to Erica.
Yeah.
This case has a potential to destroy your career no matter how solid it is. We've got decades of verifiable solid work. We've dragged kids out of trap houses. We've dragged prostitutes out of whorehouses. We've solved homicides that are documented, very real and very documented. And I still have to hear every day about how I'm not a PI. Like, it is so fucking nuts.
Well, Doug Harder was on the truth when he said there were tentacles.
So no wonder Sergio backed away, because anybody who does this job on the regular can see that there's fuckery afoot.
Right.
I would have never come close. I to be real honest, because self-preservation is a thing.
Yeah.
And I have seen and lived through things that I can never unsee. So if I were to do it all over again, I'd be like Sergio and just look at a report and go, yep, I'm not doing this.
Cases should never be able to get like this, though.
No, they shouldn't.
It's bad.
This ain't normal.
It's unacceptable. Right. All right, guys. Well, I think I am tired and we have done a wonderful conversation. I think that's a good place to leave it. What the hell, feds?
Right?
What the hell?
They should have stood up harder. I mean, I get it that they were under the gun, but they should have tried harder.
Yeah. This is 2 kids. It's literally, I mean, I don't know how some of these people sleep at night. It's 2 children.
They still can. I mean, hello. People who matter.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but it's been fun. Thank you, Prof. I appreciate it. And it was really good to talk to you, Christine, and Artist. I love talking to you.
I talked your ears off. We'll see if I got myself in hot water tomorrow.
Girl, I love it. Thank you.
I think we're all in hot water, but who cares? I call it a jacuzzi.
Hell
yeah. Right?
Sauna or sauna. I don't know. Wherever we are, it's pretty hot in here.
Maybe not.
It is.
What'd you say, Artist?
Go ahead, Artist.
I said I was just like agreeing and everything, and I've enjoyed talking to all of you. Thanks for having me on too, Prof.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, I appreciate it, and I'm going to cut out. But before I go, I'm just going to tell everybody: don't be a Holman. That's what we say every time.
Don't be a Holman. That's cute.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Yeah, it's like a jacuzzi with you're sitting in a jacuzzi, wrapped in tentacles. That's
Yeah,
kind
Right.
of fun.
yeah, and yeah, good night, chat. Like, hope you guys enjoyed it, and thank you so much, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Silence,
Good night.
Christina.
Good
Good
night,
night.
ladies. Good night, Prof.
Good
See
night.
y'all. Bye.
Thank you, Artist. Thank you, It's a New Day. Thank you, Erica Morris. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Christina. Did I leave anyone out? Oh, okay. I think I got them. But thank you, everyone. And thank you, chat, most importantly. You guys in the chat, absolutely phenomenal. I apologize. We didn't have time for every single chat because I would have loved to address every single one. But yeah, what a good conversation with some amazing ladies. Like I said, the superstars, you know, the most hated, most loved women in Delphi. Bam, you just heard from them. And maybe you can see now why I just love them to pieces. Um, and I don't know. I'll have to go back and listen to this and figure out what I missed because it just went by so fast. I couldn't even keep up. But no, please. Okay. I don't know if Deb is still here or any of my people, but please do this. And I'd like all the links in the chat. Okay. So we have, and I'm going to put them in the description. So all of you who are watching on the replay, just look at the description. You'll see everyone's channels here. But clearly we had Oh Hey Christina. She's at Oh Hey Christina. Okay. We had Erica Morris from the Delphi Dirt and Victims News on Air. And we had Artist from Unified Demand. And we had It's a New Day from It's a New Day. And I believe that's it. But also, while we're here, I would really love to recommend some of my favorite channels here in the chat. Okay. So for instance, tonight we have The Troll Patrol, okay, at The Troll Patrol. Everyone listening now, please go to at The Troll Patrol. Go subscribe right now. So hit the link, okay? Someone put the link, hit the link, go hit subscribe at The Troll Patrol. All right. And then once you hit subscribe at The Troll Patrol, come on back and listen to the last of the show because I'll be about 10 more minutes. So feel free now to get out of here. Click that link and go subscribe at The Troll Patrol and then come on back. Also, we have Eye of Apophis was in here. Okay. Please go subscribe at Eye of Apophis. Please go subscribe to True Crime Design. Okay. Please go subscribe to Vicarious Vigilante. Okay. Please go subscribe to, where is it? I'm looking down my list. Trial Junkie True Crime. At Trial Junkie True Crime. Please go now and subscribe to at Trial Junkie True Crime. Just press the link, go hit subscribe at Trial Junkie, and come on back. Who else did I see in here that has a channel? And by the way, Eye of Apophis is at Eye of Apophis 888. Okay. And I'm pretty much it's really hard to go far back in time on the in the chat. But those of you who have YouTube channels who are and have been in the chat here, please do me a favor and drop your links so that all of our viewers can drop the links. And I'm going to put our guest links in the description, as I said. And if you are on the replay, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up now. Hit the like. Okay, do the normal YouTube stuff. Hit that like right now. Hit the like. It's easy for you to do. You can do it right now. Piece of cake, right? Hit the like. Also, if you're watching the replay, do me a great solid and do all of our wonderful guests tonight a really great solid and leave comments down below. So hit the like, comments down below, go subscribe to all of our amazing channels of our friends here. And we truly appreciate that. There's a lot coming that you don't know about, but you're going to learn about if you go subscribe to them all and to hear. So, with that being said, I want to thank you all so much. You've been absolutely amazing, I said in the chat, and I just could not get to you because of the conversation. But this chat will remain as the video is posted, so everyone who missed the chat can go and read the chat along as well. Please do read the chat when you're watching the replay. And with that being said, I'm going to get out of here in a similar way that I came in because I think it's really important, okay? So, so I'll do that. I'll get started, and I'll ask you again, hug your kids, hug your wife, keep an eye out for all that we're doing. And, also, if you missed my previous episode, which covered the finding of the bodies, please do me a favor and do yourself a favor and go watch that engaging episode of the finding of the bodies. You don't want to miss that at all. It was really an important episode. So watch our previous content, including finding of the bodies, and I'll see you all at a future point really soon. Okay. God bless you all. And I'm going to leave you out, like I said, the way we came in. So we're out of here, and chat will be up about 10 more minutes. So God bless.
I didn't know what I would think, and I didn't realize today we were going to be walking into the same room where many of you were, I believe in, again, from memory, April of 2019 or that time frame. And over the course of these last many years now, several of us, me included, have been mocked and ostracized for our emotion, for our inability to answer questions that you might ask, and the thought that we're something other than human beings. I'm not going to apologize for that. I often say I wish people could see what goes on behind the scenes, and not just with people dressed like me, but citizens of this county and of this city. It's amazing, amazing acts of unbelievable courage and self-service and self-sacrifice. I wish you all could have been in the courtroom today and heard the victim impact statements. I'll always remember them. And I hope you'll get the transcripts and read what was said and try and understand the context of those words, even though you weren't in the courtroom. Over the course of these last many years, there have been many, many, many investigative strategies. Any notion of a cover-up, any notion of us deciding the outcome of this, any notion of any connection to anything else is not correct. It's not correct. I've never been a detective in my entire lifetime, but I get to represent some of the best on the planet Earth. And I listened to them intently. And when they made strategy decisions associated with what the next steps would be, my job was to support them, and I stand by those decisions, every single one of them. The gag order. We lived by that. We lived by that gag order. The defense did not. And it cost a human life. Anybody that shares those photographs of those two little girls should be held accountable, whether they're in the public sphere, whether they're emailed to you, whether you found them in a place you didn't want them to see. I hope that if you ever see them, you'll picture your own children as Abby and Libby. I'll never forgive that. I will never, ever forgive that. We lived by the gag order. Documents were released from the defense that drove a public narrative that many of you talked about. And damn it, I wish I could have responded. But I was not going to violate what Judge Gall said. So they were able to get these documents out there and create a public narrative that you and many others, many of you, and many others believed around the globe. Baldwin and Rozzi are responsible for that, not this team. The family effects, I think you'll see the words that were spoken by the folks that spoke today about their lives and how they've been forever changed, how they'll never be the same. And they said it in ways that were beautiful in some kind of a mysterious way. There's an attorney in Indianapolis by the name of Guy Relford. And I heard Guy on the radio after the verdict when a lot of hate mail came, death threats came. And I heard Guy Relford say that day on the radio, and I called him 15 minutes after he said it. And after 40 years in this business, I never thought about the jury's perspective. But he said the only people that mattered in that courtroom was the jury. And he went on to talk about, he's a very bright attorney, he went on to talk about what they can see that we can't, that you couldn't. They could see the defense, they could see the state, they could see the witnesses, feel the emotion, and they could see Richard Allen. I'd never thought about that perspective because we have a singular view most times. You, me, it's human nature. Judge Gall was the keeper of the peace in that courtroom, but the people that mattered were those 12 jurors. And we have a system of justice that allows them to decide the fate of a human being. That's what our founders had established. And that's what they did. I hope you all understand that what you say and how you report matters more than you can ever possibly comprehend. This is an opportunity for us to all learn about what social media is and isn't, what we should do and what we shouldn't, and understand that their words have consequences to other human beings. I appreciated Guy's perspective, and it changed my view of the criminal proceeding. Richard Allen knew. We live in a country where people can hate. People can say things about other people. And that's okay. Hate me. It's okay. Because it's one of the only countries in the world where you can. So hate me if you want to. The investigative collaboration is something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. There's no way we could possibly chronicle it or articulate it or write about it or anything. There's no way we could ever do that. We are human beings, and there were mistakes made. But there was never a mistake made that we knew was wrong and we did it. I'll crawl across shards of hot glass for Jerry Holman. Jerry Holman is not a liar. Jerry Holman gave the last 8 years of his life to something much greater than himself. We fussed with each other throughout the course of this in conclusion. We argued with each other. I remember Tobe and I had an argument right here in this other room in April of 19, as you should expect us to. There was no groupthink. We debated each other, as you should expect us to. But then the defense spins that into incompetence. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous nonsense for Baldwin and Rozzi to have done that. And finally, most importantly, to the Delphi community and to the family of Abby and Libby. Words cannot possibly explain what we all feel. But what Nick McClellan did and the rest of the team that was associated with this, every single time it was about something other than themselves. It was about this community and that family. And we owe them a debt of gratitude that can never possibly be repaid. How about we start to heal now? How about we hit that reset button and understand that justice in this country was served, and if you don't like justice in this country, go to another one. Let's heal. Tone down the rhetoric. Stop all the politics and all the nonsense and all the conspiracy theories, and understand that we all tried the best we could. That should be the message to us and to our kids, and to this most amazing place we call the United States of America.
Hello, mudda. Hello, fada. I am back at Camp Granada, and I'm writing you this letter just to say my compound fracture's getting better. No one here knows where my trunk is, and my bunk is where the skunk is. And this year the food's improving, 'cause the little black things in it are not moving. Our camp nurse is quite a swimmer. She says swimming makes you slimmer. Her name's Mrs. Pellegrini. Have you ever seen a whale in a bikini? All our bathrooms have such thin doors. Gee, I wish they'd move them indoors. We're all tired of Mother Goose here. So next Friday night they're having Lenny Bruce here. Let me stay, oh mudda fada, let me stay. I love Granada every night. The campfire's really keen. Oh ma, please send some unguentine. Let me stay up here in Mudda Nature's land and tiptoe through the tulips grand. To leave would be a shame. Besides, I'd miss the poker game. Please don't worry, Fada Mudda, I'll take care of little brother. He plays ball here and he rows here, and I hope they teach him how to blow his nose here. He wakes up at 6:30, goes directly to the quicksand. He was lonely, now he's better. He's like all of us except his bed is wetter.
Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes. Can't lie, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes, good vibes. Been waiting so patient, I'm going places, can't fake it. My heart is so cold, my energy is contagious. All the pain, I can't take it. I'm staying grounded and graceful, cause I know everything that I've been through only made me count my blessings daily. Yeah, they've been acting shady, but I don't take it personal. The memories fading, I'm enjoying the moment. I've been smelling the roses, taking time to reflect, stepping back, the truth unfolding, unfolding. Got nothing to prove, cause I'm about to blow. I've been in the booth, speaking to my soul. You know that I'm true, either way it go, either way it goes. I cannot turn cold, staying on the low. I've been protecting my soul. If your intentions are not pure, I can't let you get too close, cause I'm vibrating high. Ain't got time for your ego, these niggas quit to turn it back. Acting like the amigos, he never cared in the shows. Wasn't with you at your lows, assuming that you gonna fold. But baby, I've been growing ever since I let you go. And I've been doing better, and I know that hurts to know. Hurts to know. Only good vibes around me, and that's for sure.